Starting webinar.
Thank you. And the doors are open.
Hey, everybody.
I've sent my texts.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Day 3.
Who's getting a text from me right now?
Me. No
So,
Giants cap.
Reminder to set your chat settings to everyone, over from hosts and panelists to everyone. Sup, gents.
Salutations. Who's ready for vocal day?
Somebody says, let's get this hillbilly song tightened up. I
love it.
You guys are fun. You guys are fun. Yes, we are singing today, guys. We are going to jump into those vocals today. Hope you're excited. Give me a 400, an even 400 if you're excited.
Taking it easy on him today, huh, Jake?
We're just going to ease into it is all. Nice. That's awesome.
I'm already getting some toxic responses to my texts. Some people say the most vile things to me in my SMS responses when I send out like an SMS blast. Oh my gosh.
Dude,
it would.
You should see the comments I get on my Instagram.
Oh, man.
Nasty.
It's brutal.
I get
you're asking for it with those Instagram.
I know, dude. I know, dude. But still, like, I usually just ask people questions. If you'll notice this about my account, I'll like the folks who troll and like send the most toxic stuff. I'll just ask them questions to try to get them to respond and like double up on the comments so that the Instagram algorithm pushes the post out further.
Smart.
I love that.
I'm always like mastering.com's 3-day mixing masterclass starts now. And they're like, who the F is this? I'm going to kill you. And I'm like, whoa,
man.
Like, one, it just says it. And two, it's not that bad. And then it says text stop to stop. And they're like, no, they don't text stop. They just insult me.
I still want them. I just want to know who you are.
They want a free crack at me every time I send a text. They want to insult me.
Why would they want to stop that?
It's not easy what I do.
You're feeding them.
It's brutal. Who here is first time through Fix the Mix? Whose first day 3 is it? One in chat. If this is your first time making it to day 3. Oh, lovely.
Is that true? My volume lower than everybody else's? It's probably because I'm not talking as loud as I usually talk because of the vid.
Scale of 1 to 10. What do you think so far? We try to make these as good free content as we possibly can. That's the goal, to blow your minds with value over 3 days. So if you're new here, any feedback that you have, any suggestions, anything that you want to share is always super helpful for us in order to make these better. We've been doing them for over a year now, crazy enough. And
people always give me good advice. We get little messages from people.
10 for Jake, 10 for Caleb. Michael got a 9.5.
Isn't
that just the way that this whole company goes?
It's better than a 5.9, Michael.
That's true.
Can't argue.
I'm always looking on the bright side.
That's more nuanced. 5.9 is more nuanced.
In fact, I had several people reach out to me and be like, your mic's really boomy and we can hear your keyboard a lot. This Fix the Mix. And it's because I got this new standing desk. So I had my mic sitting in a different place. And That's great advice. I got it fixed today, so there's no more boominess, no more too much clickety clackety. Where would I
If
be?
they're noticing that, then they belong in the
Yeah.
reverse engineer.
They have good ears. Make sure all of you have your chat settings set to everyone instead of hosts and panelists.
Ah, nice one, Nick. So Caleb, if you wave at us, will that be a standing wave?
Oh wow.
Mm.
Very clever.
Nick is our school's class clown, I guess. Court jester.
The other day I was at a party, and it was one of those parties where you like are forced to kind of like mingle in small circles, and you got to like try and make conversation. And the one guy I was talking to, he said he was from Atlanta, hot Atlanta, he said. And he was like, "Oh, but I left there years ago." And I said, "Do they just call it Atlanta now that you left?" And he said that I would make a really good dad. And I thought that was a nice compliment. And I feel like Nick has those same types of jokes.
I'm hungry. Hi,
Well-
hungry. I'm dad.
Yeah.
I also know sometimes on the recordings you can hear my breathing a ton because it's recording me locally, and then Zoom is like quieter, so it's just like me on the mic. Like
Phil's got the oxygen tank in.
fat guy breathing over here.
It's amazing you guys are like, I've seen a couple chats here saying, "Hey, Jake, looking better. Looks like you're smiling. That's great to see."
You feeling
And-
worse?
In reality, this is the worst day I've had. And I'm smiling extra hard to compensate.
I don't know how you smile as much as you do.
In the first place.
Yeah, just in general.
It's a testament to how well you can mix on COVID
Hmm.
There you go.
and how
You don't
well
need a sense of
mix
smell to
copious
mix
amounts of
music.
NyQuil.
Work. Work. I did. I loaded up some Dayquil, not NyQuil.
Warren's running late. He'll be here.
Cool.
Yeah, Warren texted me. He's running late from Christmas shopping.
I wonder what he got me.
Sounds like a beautiful British day out, in my opinion. A day out Christmas shopping. And although I guess he's in it. Is he still in the UK
No,
or is he in England? Or in Los Angeles?
No, he's in the UK, I bet.
Yeah, I think he's still there.
Sounds beautiful.
We got snow. We got snow in upstate New York today.
Did you?
Yeah.
Well, should we get started? Is that enough chit chat?
More chit chat.
One's in chat. I like to go 10 minutes. Then I'm like, let's get on with things, shall we?
Yeah, I think so.
This is the
That's
boring
good.
part.
Seeing a lot of ones in the chat here. So I think we're good to go.
I like when we're chit chatting and there's always one or two guys that are like, can we get on with things, please?
Yeah. It's like 3
Are we-
days of 4 hours each, and somebody is like, "All right, enough with the chit chat."
TikTok,
we-
guys.
Are we gonna fix the mix today or what?
Oh. We love everybody though.
Poking fun at you guys.
Fix the mix challenge, day 3. If you've made it this far, you're truly gluttons for punishment. Why don't you have jobs? Don't you have something better to do? This will be like 12 hours this week that you've been here. What are you doing?
What's wrong with you?
Just kidding. Welcome back. You're the most committed ones. You're my style. Gluttons for punishment and music. I could do this all day. I'm excited to get down into it again today. Hope you're all having a good holiday season. I hope you have great things coming up with the holidays. But before that, let's learn to fix some vocals.
Yeah.
If you haven't been here the first 2 days, introductions. My name is Caleb Loveless, the Director of Education for Mastering.com. We also have Jake Codeweiss, one of the mentors from the program. He's been doing this a very long time, folks. And if you've seen him the last couple of days, even even being sick with COVID, he's still an incredible educator, an incredible mix and mastering engineer and producer for that matter. And Michael Gilbride, the general manager of mastering.com, the reason you're all here blasting you with texts. I would just request that you all respond with mean things when he does
Please
that.
respond. Yeah, I'll have a competition. Whoever says the meanest thing to me, I'll give a personal shout out on the Fix Mix,
He gets a kick out of those.
unless it hurts my feelings.
That's us. Warren will be here in a bit as soon as he gets back from Christmas shopping. Yesterday, we went through, did all the instrumentals. So your action items were to fix any remaining issues with instrumentals using frequency tools. Did any of you have a chance to use something like a limiter or a clipper? Did any of you kind of deep dive into saturation after Jake's incredible kind of demonstration with that yesterday? How did it go? Did you take anything away? Did you learn anything new? Did you have new mindsets about, frequencies and masking and how much to carve out and thinking locally instead of globally? I hope you did. I hope you took some of that stuff away. Some of it will work for you. Some of it won't. That's okay. We're just trying to grow. We're trying to give you a bunch of stuff so that you can just improve incrementally over time. So you hopefully use some EQ, some dynamics tools to enhance, to fix. Spatial processing as well. Did anyone try the buckets method? One in chat if you tried the buckets method. We'll get to really see the fruition of that today. Right? We only did the instrumentals tomorrow. Once we get the vocals in there, we'll have completed the buckets method. We'll have enough separation between everything, but not too much. Remember, that's the goal. And hopefully we find a way to be spatially in tune with the emotion of the track. Some really cool concepts you can talk a lot about. And some of you did post your upgraded mixes in school. That's very cool. And thank you for the support you're giving each other in that forum. You're making connections. You're making hopefully some friendships with people. That's what it's all about. And thank you for also being a great crew. This week's been a lot of fun. Jake and I were just talking about it. It's been a good crew. All of you have been asking great questions, been really cool to each other. We love to see that.
Oh, yeah. Very quickly, too, if you enjoyed this, if this is your first time coming to Fix the Mix, obviously we do these for free. And obviously this is a way of us showing you who we are and everything. If you enjoyed it, and you can go share this on your Instagram, share it on, go subscribe to us on YouTube, anything that you can do that's completely free to support us. It goes an incredibly long way for us to get sponsorships, or to get partners or to get people who want to get involved, new coaches, things like that. So if you can, share it on your Instagram, tell a friend about us, post it on Reddit, all of that stuff, you would have no idea how much that really, really helps us. We're trying to really build a good community here. And the best way for us to do that is to spread through word of mouth. So if you have anyone that you can recommend us to or anything like that, it goes an incredibly long way. And
yeah, you can follow at mastering.com.
Yep. Like mastering.com without the dot.
Yeah, exactly. At mastering.com. Maybe post a story and tag us in it and give us a follow or something like that. Even just that would be incredible for us.
Yep. We really appreciate all of it. Day 2, big picture concepts. When to be more or less aggressive with EQ. Clipping versus limiting versus compression. Space buckets. Of course, I already mentioned we'll do more of that today. Goals for today. It's basically like yesterday, except for it's all about vocals. So all the same tools, but all about vocals today. And we'll introduce a couple other things today that'll be really cool. Some real magic dust when it comes to vocals, stuff we always like to teach about because it's really cool stuff that is going to give you a next level way of approaching vocals. But better ways to understand when and how to control frequencies, dynamics, spatial processing. Can be so easy to overdo that stuff. And then, of course, I want to give you a little bit more about the mastering mindset. In fact, I'll do that right now. Because a lot of mastering, when we're talking about mastering, what we're really talking about is learning the objective side of things, not the subjective. So we all have the subjective creative brains in all of us, hopefully. That's why we're doing music, because we want to be creative. But there's this whole other side, which is the more objective side of things. And what we found as we've worked with students over the last 10 years is that A lot of times when people are struggling with their creativity, the antidote is actually a better understanding of the objectivity. And there's a lot of good reasons that I could give you why not why you shouldn't skip over that stuff. It's not always the most exciting stuff. It's not the creative part. It's not the fun part that we got into music for, but it is the thing that can help take your skills to the next level. That's why we focus on it so much. What does that mean for some of you? Some of you who are artists, self-producing artists, for example, you're producing your own material. Have any of you heard the myth that you cannot mix and master your own material? One's in chat if you've heard that before.
One.
I think there's some good reasons why people say that. You definitely shouldn't if you don't know how to, and if you don't have the right mindset. But I've been teaching self-producing artists to mix and master their own stuff for a long time, and I learned a long time ago that if done the right way and approached the right way, people can actually learn to mix and master their stuff better than anyone else. There's a vision that the initial artist had, that if they learn to compartmentalize the processes, to do them the right way, to switch mindsets when it comes to each of the different parts of the process, they can take that vision all the way in a way that nobody else can. And there's also some other intrinsic value to this too. What's the value of objectivity? Well, like we've been saying all along, when you understand that end in mind perspective, it's going to teach you a lot about all the stuff that's been holding your productions back all along. When you have to master your own stuff for the first time, and all of a sudden you raise that volume to an industry standard and all the mistakes pop out, it's a very educational moment. You get a clear glimpse of all the mistakes you've been making, but the cool thing is you can reverse engineer and learn all that stuff so that next time you don't have to make it. So it's going to inform your productions in a way that's very, very powerful and cool. It gives you that end in mind perspective. You learn the stuff that you need to do from the very first time you press record all the way through the process to get that really industry standard, beautiful sounding product in the end. And if you do it all the way yourself and you have the right process, you can really make some magic happen. I've just learned this time and again because I've watched people do it. I've tried to master people's stuff. Their masters were better because they had this incredible vision. And I just learned, hey, I'm a good mastering engineer. Look how far they were able to take it though, because of the vision they had. They mixed it and mastered it themselves. It's going to unlock your creativity. Objectivity doesn't diminish creativity. Creative moments come to us. I'm sure you can appreciate this. They kind of come in waves to us. Our ability then as the medium or the facilitator of that creative energy is how quickly we can reproduce it. But I know when I've talked to so many people, what they say to me is, I have these great ideas in my head, but for some reason I can't get them to come out of the speakers the way that I hear them. Or in moments of creativity, people get frustrated because they don't know the tools to use. They don't know the techniques to do to translate what they're hearing in their head. Those are all objective tools. If you become a ninja, if you become a master and truly efficient with those tools, when those moments of creativity come, you know exactly what to do to get the sounds in your head to come out of your speakers. We don't realize that that's been the problem all along. We have tons of creativity, but you need to be able to execute on those ideas at a high level, and you need to be able to do it quickly enough before that inspiration is gone. When we don't have that, can be very frustrating. So it's actually going to unlock your creativity to learn these things, to learn mixing and mastering. Even if you had other people do it for you, it's still going to inform you in a very cool way. I also want to talk to some of you who are mix engineers. How many of you who are how many of you are mix engineers that have clients? How many of you make the mistake of including free masters with your mixes?
Disc.
Who's honest?
I've made that mistake. Plenty.
It's really easy to do because you don't want to like get more money. You don't really realize the value of it. And probably you don't even, maybe it's because you don't understand mastering enough to feel like you can charge for it. Something that changed my whole mindset about mastering and about the economy of my value of my time is this breakdown. When we're working with our students, we want to get them to the point where they can do a mix in 4 to 6 hours and charge at least $400 to $600 for it. So you're making about $100 an hour. I think that's a pretty good wage for most people. You can live on that if you get some clients. But if you're not including mastering, I think you're shooting yourself in your foot. Or if you don't offer mastering at all, let me tell you how much you're shooting yourself in your foot. Mastering is tricky to learn. It requires a room that's accurate. So we work with our students to get rooms more accurate. It requires ear training. It requires maybe the most fundamental understanding of the tools. It's the hardest thing probably to learn in many respects, but it's also the fastest thing to do. We teach our students to get to the point where they can master a song in 10 to 15 minutes, maybe a half an hour. And they charge $75 to $100 for it. Look at that dollar per hour. It's $400 to $500 per hour. Okay. If you're not adding that to your bottom line, think about how much you're leaving on the table. I even have students in the program who are self-producing artists who they don't want to be mix and mastering engineers. They want to be artists. They want to, get streams and tour and do that kind of stuff, who have started mastering businesses to pay the bills, to support their artist profile. Because all you'd have to do is work 10 hours a month. You'd make pretty good money at $400 to $500 per hour, enough that you could reinvest back into your artist self and do all that kind of stuff. So I always like to point this out. Mastering is very valuable. It's something that we shouldn't just throw ozone on it and do it, or just throw a limiter on it and call it good. It's an art. It can be something of a ton of value to people. And it's very much worth learning if you're a mix engineer, so that you can include that in your bottom line. All right. Those are the reasons I think we should focus more on objectivity and not just the subjective parts. I hope some of that resonates with you. We've been talking about mastering all this week, not just in terms of whether you should learn it or not, but some of the tools that mastering engineers use to learn frequencies, to assess dynamics more. Did any of you get a chance to use that tool yesterday to assess your dynamics? Did you see any issues or problems that came from that you weren't necessarily hearing? It's pretty cool, right? So we've learned to both assess frequencies and dynamics through using some of these tools, and I think that's really, really valuable. Okay. All right, let's switch gears to mixing. We're focusing on vocals today. It's going to be a lot of the same stuff in terms of EQs and compressors, but there's one other point that I really want to talk about. It's everyone's favorite thing that we always kind of mention on this, because it's really powerful and it can give you that next level kind of vocal sound. We can make really expensive sounding vocals if we take the time to implement this part of the process. And I mentioned even on day one that everything's volume, right? And I said I was going to come back to the fact that even dynamics can often, and in the most important times, be something that is controlled through gain and volume, the dynamics. We think of those as being controlled by compressors, but I'm going to tell you, when it comes to our most important parts of the song, like vocals, like what we're going to do today, we need to do more than just throw a compressor on it. We need to do more than just throw a clipper on it. We need to make intentional choices about the story that vocal is telling. If we don't, you can't really dissect and pull out the magic of it. So today, what we're going to see Jake demonstrate is gain automation on the vocals before he ever applies compression, before he ever applies any EQs or any of that stuff. He's going to go through and balance things out and then bring up magic in the words, the ends of phrases. He's going to take down plosives. He's going to do all this stuff so that before we ever even add a compressor, it's already sounding so much more magical. And then the compressor just becomes a little bit of glue. We've made the choices, not the compressor. And I've sat in major studios over the last 10, 20 years, and I've seen all the pros doing this stuff. This is the level of attention that they're giving their vocals to get a really expensive sound. So what we see here is a waveform, a vocal waveform, and an example of what Jake's going to go through and do today. You notice on the left-hand side that he has gone in and drawn in gain automation to take down a word or a plosive that's sticking out way too much. There's other ways of doing this, by the way. We'll show you several ways of doing this. But if you notice on the left hand or the right hand side of that waveform, he's also gone in and pulled up the end of that word. There's so much life that exists sometimes on the ends of words, the little end of the T or the D, or the little breakdown of the voice as it drops out of fortitude. Those are moments that we can tap into and tell a story with. So I'm going to have Jake demonstrate that a lot today. It's a very cool thing. We really believe in this. I actually learned this like 10, 15 years ago from Warren, of all people. Now he works for us. So that's really cool. Full circle. He's the one that showed me about all this. All right. Watch out for that today. That's the big picture concept that I want to watch out for. Obviously, we'll also talk about EQ and compression and the rest of the story, but this is kind of something different not a lot of people know about. So focus on that. And it is time to get to our demo now. Really quick, while Jake is pulling up the session and getting ready, I do actually want to take a minute and talk to y'all about why we do this challenge, about us at mastering.com. A lot of you have been asking, what's this program you guys have? We don't talk a lot about it unless, we kind of wait for the end of day 3 to see who is really serious and still here. We don't want the people that are just drop off and are too ADD to stick with us. But why do we do this challenge? Well, there's a couple of big reasons. First off, everyone on this team, if you were able to come in and see our team at mastering.com, every one of us has been in the industry for a long time. Every one of us has seen the ugly side of the industry, the good side of the industry. We all want to make it a better place, and we want to offer a lot of free stuff. That's why we host this school platform for y'all to get to know each other. That's why we do these free events. That's why on our YouTube channel, we have like 10-hour-long YouTube videos, not just clickbait. We want to give a ton of value. We think that there's a lot of this that we can put out there and just give you, as much value as we can, especially on these webinars and different places. So we want to bring a ton of value, create community. It's easy to feel a little isolated these days, I think. And we also want to find people who are a great fit. Notice that language, people who are a great fit for our flagship program, the Reverse Engineer. What is the Reverse Engineer? That's kind of what I want to talk to you about for some of you who might be interested or who might be a good fit for the program. The Reverse Engineer is a 2-year mentorship program. It's one-on-one mentorship, so you can get on every day and actually get help with your mixes, your masters, your productions, the questions you have about things. This is my screen and your screen. This is an opportunity for you to share your DAW with any one of our mentors. We have mentor calls every day, and mentorship is a huge part of what we're trying to offer here. It's really confusing to just watch a bunch of videos and not have mentorship. It's also a training platform. So there's hundreds of hours of videos and exercises and information for you to go through. That's all very modern, keeping up with the most modern. In fact, we launched the new Reverse Engineer program a 1.5 years ago. We're already updating it to 2.0. So that's how fast we're working to keep up with the most modern information of the industry. It's a very cool 27 sections of hundreds of videos and hundreds of opportunities to learn and grow. And then, of course, the active community. So we believe very much in community. We have what I think is an amazing collection of some of the most incredible people, all who are striving to be better at this, who help each other. If you ever dropped in on our community, you would just see so many people who are trying to help each other. I think our community is the greatest gathering of engineers and producers. Some people I know from our education program are here with us today. They can attest it's a really cool place. And we do that because it's really hard these days to interface with like-minded people. We spend a lot of times in our little basement rooms and our bedrooms and different things and don't have a ton of connections like that. We want to facilitate more connection. So this is a 2-year mentorship program, curriculum, and community for you to elevate your mixing and mastering and production skills. We also didn't just create this out of the ether. We've been doing this for a long time, pretty much longer than almost anyone in this space online, for the small studio, the home studio, the online producer engineer. And we've learned a lot in the last 10 years plus of doing this. I mentioned that I think day one or day two, this idea all kind of started when we were teaching mastering to people. And these mastering engineers would come in, or these people that were learning to become a mastering engineer who are mix engineers or maybe producers would come in, and they were learning mastering and they loved that and they were getting great at mastering, but they would always say something to us. Very often we would hear the same thing, which is, I'm learning mastering and that's great, but there's something about the process of learning mastering that's informing my mixes, it's informing my productions, it's making me better everywhere. Why is that? We didn't even know at first. But what we had stumbled upon was this power of objectivity that I was just talking about. It's so easy to skip over a lot of that objective learning. It's really easy to not have taken the time to have an accurate room, to do ear training in an accurate room, and then to learn the tools of the trade, having done ear training in an accurate room. It all kind of works together. And if you haven't done that, we're kind of shooting from the hip a little bit with some of this stuff. And so as we sent them through the process of getting a better room, a deep dive into ear training, literally becoming probably the 1% of people that could, in terms of ear quality, and learning these tools at a very deep level, it wasn't just affecting mastering, it was affecting everything they were doing. Plus, they were getting that end in mind perspective that we talked about. And we realized at some point, hey, we have something here. We've been teaching it backwards forever. We got to flip the script and start teaching people in reverse. Thus the name, the reverse engineer. We teach it all in reverse. We actually start with mastering, then go to mixing, and then go to production. And what it really helps are especially people stuck in an intermediate plateau. We work with advanced people. We work with the beginners. We give them some supplemental information to get them kind of brought up to speed. But so many people talk to me and they just feel like they've gotten stuck at this intermediate plateau where they've stopped progressing. And I think so much of that comes from what I was mentioning before. Their creativity is higher than their technical skill. They don't know how to express the ideas they have in their head to come out of the speakers the way that they're hearing them. So we've developed a program to address that head on. We see it as the biggest problem that people are going through, that we can get pretty good without these technical skills. But if you really want to go to the next level, if you really want to go to the A-list stuff, you have to become proficient. You have to not just become to learn it, but it has to become instinctual for you. Again, in these moments of creativity, you don't have time to think about it. And this is not something you could necessarily just get from YouTube or somewhere else like that. I always give the analogy of someone who wants to learn to make samurai swords. That's not something you're going to learn to do on YouTube. You'd have to get in there with mentors. You'd have to really get in there and do the work. And it becomes, I think, probably, I don't know anything about samurai sword making, but I am certain that those masters of the sword are people who know the way the metal should sound when it's struck properly, the temperature it should be at when they dip it in oil, all that kind of stuff. They know the smell of it. They know the sight of it. They know the sound of it. And for us, these technical skills have to become so second nature that when the moments of creativity strike, we're moved upon to take exactly the ideas we have in our head and bring them out of the speaker the way we're hearing them. And what I've seen in working with thousands of students is exactly that. People having transformative experiences because of this. We're also trying to tackle a couple of other problems that all hinge upon the fact that people aren't learning this objective stuff, this left-brained instinctual stuff. They're spending more time on the right-brain stuff, and they're hitting that intermediate plateau. And there's some other voices that exist in the industry and some other problems that we're solving. Number one, university and a lot of other programs are outdated. The industry, music industry in particular, moves really, really fast. And I think there's a lot of people out there that have great intentions, but I've had personal friends who went and paid 30, 40, 50, $60,000, learned to run an SSL console board and then came out and tried to get an internship and realized there's like 10 people using those boards anymore, and that everyone is switching to the home studio, the small studio, and that digital technology has modernized the industry. And so there's so many of these programs, even very expensive ones, that are incredibly outdated, that we needed to make something that was specialized. You're not taking, a history class to come do this. You're coming and you're focusing on music, but it's very much at that university level. Number two, YouTube is becoming less and less helpful. Warren even mentioned this the last couple of days in his in the story section of the presentation. It's all become about clicks, clickbait, tips and tricks, templates. How many of you heard a title that's just like, do these 5 things and win a Grammy, 5 things to totally change your mix, 3 things that will make you a... That's all nonsense.
Yeah, you have the thumbnail, and then you have like a red arrow pointing to like the attack knob, and that means that you just have to do that, and suddenly it's a hit song. I know it's total clickbait titles and clickbait thumbnails. It's quite scary these days.
No wonder people are getting lost, because they're going out and doing this stuff and focusing. Once again, it's not even focusing on the deep learning. It's focusing on the tip and the trick and the template. And again, you're going to get stuck in an intermediate plateau if that's where your education on this stuff is at. You actually have to go much deeper and really learn this stuff. And YouTube has just become very, for the most part, there's some good stuff out there, but it's harder to find. We don't know how to translate it. And because we don't have that deeper learning, and even go to another level, we could even take any of those teachings that they're having. If our room isn't set up properly, if we haven't done the ear training, what good is the tool? We're not even hearing it correctly. So it's just very, very surfacey. It's not helpful. YouTube is kind of a washing machine. It kind of spits you out. We're also dealing with the problem of industry gatekeeping. The industry has changed a lot, especially in the last 20 years. The large studio is kind of dying out. The smaller studios, the home studios, that's all kind of becoming the thing. And we can do so much more in our home studio now. Used to have to have a huge room to do all this stuff and a giant board. We can do so much without any of that now in our home studios. Billie Eilish and Phineas taught us that. They win 7 Grammys on a album they make in their bedroom. But there are voices out there that will tell you, no, you need the big gear, you need all this analog stuff, you need all this expensive stuff, or it's like you need to buy this next plugin, or you have to do this thing. And it's a bunch of old people trying to gatekeep this dying industry of all that stuff. I'm not saying analog gear and any of that isn't cool, but that should never be a hurdle for you thinking you can do amazing things.
What's interesting about that, Caleb, is it's actually not the people that are older that are making music that think that. It's so, you think of, all of the older mixers, the sort of 65-year-old guys over that, 70-year-olds, like the Michael Browers and the Crystal Algies. That age group actually have all embraced digital but and I find what's interesting is, like, I'm really good friends with like guys like Jack Douglas and James Messina and Shelley Ackers, who made all of those huge records in the 70s. And when we talk about the modern technology, they always say, if we had that technology then, we'd be using it. Yeah. And I think that's the thing that we've got to remember. When you look at the Beatles, as much as we all reference the Beatles for recording technology, for songwriting and professionalism and musicianship and all that stuff, they made their first few albums on 4 tracks, then, finally got into 8-track when they did Abbey Road. But we know if they'd had 128 tracks, they would have used them. And Jack told me that John Lennon, when he produced 2 John Lennon records, that John was all about modern technology. What can I do? Every one of them. Everybody here probably knows that Stevie Wonder every year goes to NAMM. He goes to NAMM not to kind of walk around NAMM and be shown off. He doesn't give a rat's about that. He goes there because he wants to know what's current. And I remember I had a friend, my old roommate, when I first moved to Los Angeles, David Wyman. If you're watching, David, hello. And David worked at Guitar Center. And he said whenever a brand new synth would come out, the day it was released, Stevie Wonder would come in and buy it. For real. So Korg, blah, 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 blah. And it would send somebody in. He'd come down there, obviously with people helping him because he's blind, but he'd come down and he'd buy the synth. He just wanted to know what was the latest, the greatest. Was it going to be inspirational? Was it going to, and he just had to know. And I think that is all of the most talented people. I think we tend to, all of us, myself including, We all do it. We tend to romanticize about a period of time. And so we believe that that's the pinnacle. I think for me as a Gen Xer, it's kind of that when I was a little kid, it was the very late 70s through to the mid 80s. So, that was the time that the music was the best because that's when I was a little kid and it spoke to me. But, I've grown up and I've since realized from every period there's something great. And the reality is like, technology, there's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with the old, the medium, the new, the whatever. It's all in that. It's all like beauty. It's in the eyes of the beholder, or in our case, in the ears of the beholder. And
Yeah, that's
yeah,
exactly right, Warren. And when I say the old dog, I'm not talking about age. I'm talking about mindset.
mentality. Yeah, you're
Folks who
talking about
can't
mindset.
let
Yeah.
go.
I agree.
We've
I
all
agree.
been on Gear Sluts. We've all been on Gear Space. I guess it's called Gear Space now. We've modernized it. But I've read so many forums on there where someone will just come in and just be like, oh, well, if you don't have this A to D converter, your stuff will never be. It's like, come on, give me a break. We've all heard those voices, but I've also worked with tons of students over the years who believe they need the next plugin. They need the hardware gear if they want the great thing.
It's like I was saying on the first
Mental block.
day.
Yeah, it's a mental block for these people, for them.
It's like I was saying on the
acting-
first day. It's Ed Thorne, who's a friend of mine. I'm going to call him out. So Ed had a photo of his studio, and he was talking about all the gear. And I love Ed, and I'm sure lots of people here watch his YouTube channels. And Ed, if you're watching, hello. And I looked at his gear, and I was like, dude, you've got 10 times more gear than I had when I made the first Frey record. And I didn't get the SSL until I'd had 2 or 3 #1 albums. It's a whole different world now. The gear is available. Anybody can get it. It's at a fraction of the cost of it used to be. But the problem is having all of that gear doesn't, it doesn't make it
necessarily mean anything.
doesn't make it better. Yeah.
Yeah. So there
Oh,
is
I have
that.
I have no
that
problem with
post
Ed
out
hearing
there.
this. Yeah.
No, I love gear as much as the next guy.
Yeah. I all love the gear. Yeah.
Mindset thing. The mindset that people take away from that is I
Yeah.
need this stuff to be great. No, what you need is knowledge. What you need is practice. What you need is mentorship. What you need is to go deep on these tools. What you need is a better room. What you need are better ears. What you need is a better understanding of the tools. It needs to become instinctual for you. Then you could do stuff on a flippin' Sony $50 synth and you would just like kill it. Like it's just not about that. So
I did Alanis Morissette demos and in the late 90s and Bangles demos in the late 90s on 2 ADATs and a Soundtrax Topaz console. And the only compressor I had was a 3630 Alesis, which anybody here has ever used one of the worst compressors ever made. It just killed the low end and it's so fiddly and crap. And I did demos on ADATs with those 2 artists, and Alanis had already sold 25 million albums when I was doing her demos on that. So and so she could go into a 24-track 2-inch studio anywhere in the world at that point and do whatever she wanted. But she had done the whole of Jagged Little Pill on ADATs. So to her, doing demos on ADATs was not a problem at all because she just sold 25 million copies using ADATs. So it's definitely not the gear.
Yeah,
Definitely
I did my first album on ADATs. They got ruined. It's unfortunate because I'd love to resurrect those. But anyway, I digress. The last thing, the problem we're trying to solve is the industry has gone modern. Again, the larger studios are often dying out now. What that means is we're all kind of doing our own things in our own spaces. And I've mentioned this a couple times already. We've lost so much community. We've lost so many opportunities for internship. It's very hard to get any of that stuff anymore. And so we need to embrace the modern way. We need to embrace digital. We need to embrace that people are in their homes and their bedrooms and their basements or small studios. And we need to develop curriculum and mentorship around that, not stuff that's forever old. And so we're really aware of the problems that we're seeing, what's holding students back, and we've developed a program to directly combat. So what does the next 2 years look like in the reverse engineer if you came and worked with us? It's a full stack program. You're going to learn mastering, you're going to learn mixing, you're going to learn production. Maybe some of you are saying, well, I don't want to learn all 3. I only need production. No, if you don't, you're missing the whole point if you think that. It's the moment that you learn how it all fits together that you can be really great in any one of those things. That's what you have to do these days. This is what you need to understand these days, is how it all works together so that you can get better, so that you can see and be informed by the end of the process and how it's connecting with everything else. So it's a full stack program. We only teach it that way. It's very modern. Everything is up to date with the newest DAWs, the newest plugins, the newest everything. It's daily live one-on-one mentorship. So you're not having to do this in the dark. You're not having to just watch some videos. You're not having to watch YouTube and guess. It's daily live one-on-one mentorship where you can get on with me, with Warren, with Jake. There's a bunch of other mentors I'll introduce you to in a sec. You can get on and ask your questions, get feedback on your mixes, masters, my DAW, your time, my time. No one else is talking. It's just me and you. And then a huge community of high-level musicians. The community is probably the secret weapon of what we are. Mastering.com, again, has an incredible collection of people that are just there to help people. There's not even a bad egg. They're just trying to help each other and support each other, and they're starting businesses together. They're connecting. I just love our community so, so much. We also give you business trainings to help you get your first clients. We're actually developing also some pretty cool stuff that's going to come out in the next year or so. We're actually helping you do that on a whole other level, providing you opportunities, giving you opportunities to grow, connecting you with industry people. And then we also have opportunities to specialize. So once you learn through the TRE program, if you want to get into sync, if you want to get into being an artist, if you want to get into mixing and mastering business, we actually have mentors and programs that are just for those, again, that will connect you with people in the industry, that will provide opportunities for you as you're building out your stuff and getting off the ground. And we built this all to be flexible around your schedule. It's very, very cool. Here's some of the mentors: Devon Terrell, Warren, Rob, myself, Kevin, Grammy-nominated mix engineer, Daniel Grimmett, who's put more producers on the map than almost anybody. You've seen Jake's skills. Dane, you'll see him later today. He's probably going to come master this track. We've also added a couple other mentors. We're just going crazy with this stuff. We added Sides recently to come work with our students. She's an incredible producer. She's done so much in growing her own career from scratch. She's really incredible. The students have absolutely loved her. We're excited to have her. We also have Mr. Rob Shoestack, who's come in. He's doing our sync elective. You can see his list of credits here. He's helping people get sync opportunities and teaching them the ways of that world. And he's just the coolest guy to work with. He's worked with everybody over the years, and we're excited to have him. So tons of mentorship opportunities, tons of one-on-one opportunities, tons of curriculum. We've just really poured our hearts into creating something that's truly cool. It's not magic, but it is pretty magical. What I mean by that is that we're old school in one way: work ethic and passion. If you have the work ethic and passion, it's a magical experience for you. If you come in and waste the opportunity, it probably won't be. And we're not going to sell you on the idea that it's easy. We're not going to sell you on the idea that it's 5 easy steps to do this thing. We're not going to sell you on the idea that you won't have to work hard. But for some of you, that's exactly what you want, right? You're tired of the quick fixes. There's some of you that have the voice in the back of your head, probably right now as we're talking, that say, maybe it's time that I actually go for it. Maybe it's time that I actually take my skills to the next level. This is really resonating with me as I've watched this thing over the last few days. I like these guys. I like the way they do stuff. This is why we do this, because we want to show you who we are. For those of you who have that voice in the back of your head that's saying, maybe it's time to invest in myself, and you're passionate enough and you're willing to work hard, that's who we're looking for this program. We have a way for you to truly elevate your game to the next level, to help you get clients, to help you start your businesses, and to help you have the satisfaction of making the music that you've always wanted to make. And we've been able to do it in a way that's financially doable for almost everybody. Whereas Full Sail, no, I'm not going to diss on these all too much because they're trying to do their thing. But these are the costs of those programs. Those are your options to do something that's at this level. We realize that is out of the reach for most people. So we've structured ourselves differently to be more nimble, to be online, to be more focused, to bring in people that are really passionate into our team, who are willing to work really hard for you for less. Our program is $6,800. I know what we're offering is actually superior to Many of the other programs are there. I know this because I've had students who've gone to these other programs who've spent $100,000, and they'll come in and then they'll message me. I always say this, but I have a special folder on my phone from messages from students who say, I spent 100,000 doing on this. I've learned more in 4 months than I did there. That's what we're shooting for. That's what it's all about. Not to just make it more affordable for you, but offer something better for you. So for those of you who have that work ethic and that passion and that voice is saying maybe it's time, you should really take this as an opportunity to come talk to us. We don't just have a place where you can sign up for this. We want to make sure it's a really good fit for you and for us. And we turn people away sometimes that it's not a good fit for. We'll point you in the right direction, but that requires you to book a consultation. That's how we do things here. We're going to have you talk to a live person, a real person who understands the industry, who understands this stuff, who can put you in the right place. So the next steps over the admission process for those of you who are interested: number one, book a consultation. We'll decide if it's mutually a good fit. We'll figure out a payment plan if needed. We have opportunities to pay in full, but also we have payment plans that can work for most people. Obviously, if you only have maybe $50 or $100 extra left a month, it's probably not going to work for you. But if you have a few $100s left at the end of the month for something like this, we can probably find a plan for you. And then you enroll immediately and you start learning. You could sign up today with booking a call and be on the mentor call with me tomorrow. I just want you to know how much I love this program. I love our students, how proud I am of what we're building. How excited I am every day to wake up and work with students and to realize that we're doing something that's actually good for people, that we're doing it with integrity. And I want to work with all of you who are looking for something like this, who have that passion and work ethic and are ready to start going.
Caleb, I chime in real quick. I promise I'll keep it very short. I have been doing this with Caleb now for 3 years. We built this up from, it was basically just like 4 of us at the very beginning. And last month we did the most enrollments that we've ever done in the history of the program. And that's been very humbling. And it speaks to like just a broader trend that you're seeing in every single education space, which is just like, maybe I could be wrong here, but who on earth wants a degree from one of these institutions anymore when you're paying $100,000 and you're coming out with no job, no work placement, and half the people we speak to don't have the skills that they went to that university for, that college for, that higher education. It blows my mind, and it's gotten to the point that it's almost ridiculous. And so we're trying to really create a viable alternative for people who want to learn the hard skills, who want to actually not put themselves in hundreds of thousands or tens of thousands of dollars in debt and just go and learn the skills that they want so they can chase what they're after. Because that's what I did. I used to have a career in finance. I left that to pursue music, and it's led me here. And these have been the best 3 years of my life because I've been surrounded by people who are passionate about what they do, been surrounded by students who love what they do, been surrounded by, mentors and coaches like Caleb and Warren and all of these guys and girls that are just incredible. And so if you have that in the back of your mind and you're saying, hey, I want to take a step towards this and I don't know what to do, like, this is the perfect time to book a call with our team. We're not going to bring in people that are bad fits, because that would just reflect poorly on us. So we're only going to bring on people that we think truly we can help, that will benefit. So you don't have to worry. It's not like a high pressure type situation. But this is our blood, sweat, and tears. I was up at 11:30 last night, lying in bed, texting our CEO Rob about something that he's working on. So I mean, like, we live and breathe this, and it's only because we love it as much as we do. And so the days of paying $100 grand and getting a piece of paper at the end of it, those are done, in my opinion. I could be wrong, but this is hands down the best place to learn music production in the world. And I have no qualm saying that. We've poured everything that we have into this. So if you have questions, if you're interested, I'm going to keep spamming the link here in the chat to book a call with our team. If you have any questions, payment plans, anything like that, our team will be able to help you with all of that. They're incredible. They're great. So if you have any questions, make sure you book a call there.
We
Yeah.
always like to be super transparent with anything. If you have any questions about how anything works, this is your opportunity to ask about that. They can show you the curriculum. You can see everything we're doing behind the scenes and see if it's a good fit. We also want to be transparent that because we've recently brought on several new coaches, we offer more coaching calls every week. We're actually to the point where we finally need to up this price a little bit. So this is not a gimmick or a hard sell thing, but just so you know, January 2nd, we're going to have to raise this price. It's either going to be $78 or $8,800 come January 2nd. So this is your chance to get in at this lower price. I think it's an incredible value, but just want to be really transparent about that.
Yeah, full transparency. Two things. Price increase at the beginning of next year. So long-term vision for mastering.com is we want to continue to reinvest in the program, make it the best we possibly can be, and keep tuition basically under 10 grand. So that means as we continue to add more mentors, coaches, new programs, new initiatives, that price will go up. And it's going up to 7,800, I believe, on January 2nd. So again, if you've been on the fence or if you're curious about it, now's the time to book a call. Second question too, a lot of people asking about certificates. Do we get anything at the end of the program? I will print you up. We'll print you up whatever you want. We'll write letters, recommendations if you need it, if you're applying for jobs for studios. We are just not about degrees. We're about getting the hard skills. We want your music to be able to speak for itself. We want you to be able to mix a track to industry standard. And that should be the proof to be able to get you the opportunities that you want. Whatever you need in addition to that, you can give me a call. I'll get on the phone with the studio and I'll vouch for you if you're putting in the work. So,
what you want is to be able to wow people with your skills. That's going to get you the job more than anything else, or the client, because a lot of people aren't getting jobs anymore. They're getting clients. And that's what no one's going to ever ask you where you went to college, who's a client. They just want you to do great work. They want you to come and wow them. So let's teach you how to wow them. And that's going to elevate your career more than anything else. I'm going to step away for 5 minutes. We're going to give everyone about 5 minutes. Michael can answer a few questions, but it takes a couple minutes to book these calls. So we're going to give you just a couple minutes to do that. And then we'll start with the presentation today. Thanks for letting me talk to you. I just care a lot about this. I'm excited to work with some of you coming up soon. And Mike will be here for the next 5 minutes while you're booking calls to answer any questions you have. Thanks. Thanks, everybody.
Yep. I'll keep posting the link here. One thing too, that I wanted to stress, like, again, this is what we've poured the last 3 years into. And that's why we brought on folks like Warren and for these live events and everything like that, is to show you who we are before you decide to come work with us. So you've worked with us for 3 days now. It's been free. You've gotten to see what our personalities are like. You've gotten to see where our hearts are. And hopefully, you know that we are really passionate about this and that we mean what we say and that we can provide real education. And so if you've enjoyed these last 3 days, imagine what we could do over the course of 2 years. And you get one-on-one time with Warren Hewitt. How many people can say that they get that? You can share your track. You can dig into
My
it.
wife and kids.
Yeah, that's prestigious company. But
They would
yeah,
think so.
anything that we're bringing in from this, we're reinvesting back into the program because we really believe that we have an opportunity and we have a community here that we can continue to grow. So, as far as one question, I'm getting 2 years of mentorship. So you get lifetime access to the curriculum. So you could go through it as many times as you want. We're actually completely updating the curriculum already, like Caleb said, so we could stay on the cutting edge. So anyone who has the curriculum gets that update for free. It's not like they have to keep purchasing it. So you get lifetime access to the curriculum. The only thing that's for 2 years is the mentorship. So after 2 years, you don't have access to the mentorship anymore, but that's obviously plenty of time to get through the 29 sections of the curriculum. Something used for FAFSA. No, so we don't have government sponsored tuition. Ironically, they only sponsor the extremely expensive schools. And since we're not technically accredited, they won't sponsor it. That's why we try and keep everything internal, all of our payments, financing. We have a partner that we work with. So we should be able to get it down to like a reasonable rate for folks who need some financial assistance. But that would be a conversation you want to save for when you book a call. Now it's 63. Yeah, interestingly enough, someone asking, I'm 63 years old, am I still a good fit? Yeah, literally as we were talking about this, as we were telling you about the program, we had one of our students who I believe is retired, just got her first sync placement through our sync licensing for income elective. And so I'm a big believer that, two people.
It was her. She got 2 tracks placed in reality TV, which means syndication too, right?
Oh, wow.
Which means like
Nice.
long-term, recurring royalties are coming her way.
Well, and here's the thing that I don't understand about traditional education is you walk into a classroom, you have a bunch of 25-year-olds and nobody else. There's no sharing of experiences when you only have one age group. And that's the thing that I love about our community is we've got kids that are in high school, and then we've got kids in their 80s. Like, and they're able to share all this wealth of experience and learn from each other. So yeah, regardless what age you are, it doesn't matter. If you're passionate about it, come on board. Someone asking about Music Production 101, which is an intro level program that we have. I'll have updates on that for you probably end of the month. Any other questions? Warren, any thoughts or anything you wanted to chime in about your time in mastering.com?
Yeah, thank you. Well, it did inspire me to do a lot of this kind of stuff as well in my own life. I really enjoy this kind of stuff. So for people that, to clarify what Michael's saying, is everybody goes on Zoom. So just like they are here, but you can actually, you appear up on screen and we interact and talk and listen to tracks and we get to ask, because otherwise, look, I like typing, I like texting. My phone's blowing up as we're talking here with like inane questions coming in. But I don't know about everybody here. I work best either on the phone or on Zoom. I can do emails and texts all day. It's great for yes and no answers. It's great for, should I boost 60 hertz on a kick? Yeah, sounds like a good idea. But if we're on a call like this and you're saying, I really felt like I wanted to boost 60, I'm like, yeah, but your low end on your bass guitar is below that, or you're using a sub synth that makes no sense. You need to shelve it above. How do you mean? Blah blah blah. You get the interaction. It's far superior than just watching one static video or even just texts and emails. I mean, if you sent me an email, which I get 100 every day, asking me how to mix a kick drum, I could probably spend 2 weeks explaining how to do the basics of mixing a kick drum, or we could spend 3 minutes talking to each other like this. Like if Jake asked me a question now, how do I mix a vocal? I can say, well, in what kind of genre? And you could say, well, if it's like super synth bass, well, I would do this. Like I like Track Spacer on everything.
Or I can just share my screen and show you.
Yeah. But like Track Spacer is a great plugin. And as somebody talked about it in one of our videos the other day, and or talked about a different plugin, and then somebody said, well, Track Spacer works great. And I was like, it does in the right genre. I would never use a Track Spacer plugin on something with organic instruments in it that's got space. It would sound terrible to be like ducking an acoustic guitar or a piano or something like that. That's something that has to be done in automation. But in an email or a text or a YouTube video, you only get one aspect. You just get one answer. And like Caleb was talking about 20 minutes, half an hour ago, one of the problems is that every video that people are doing now has to be the fix, the one way. I mean, I am exhausted. I'm sure everybody is going to YouTube and seeing a thumbnail where the face is like this and it's, I'm shocked. If only I had known about this 10 years ago, all of this kind of clickbaity kind of stuff. And it, to me, it's like 1/100th of the thing. I feel like I'm back to where I started. One of the things I realized 8 years ago when I first started, I just started doing mixes live, like 2-hour long mixes, mixing a song from scratch and just doing them live on YouTube, because I'd be watching like a 15-minute video on somebody's YouTube channel, which was like one aspect of one piece of not such a tiny little thing. And to me, like, there's so much to this. And like Caleb was saying a little while ago as well, it's like everything is about context. There is no right answer or wrong answer. And frankly, to have a career in this business at any level, whether it is, whether it be, doing production, engineering, songwriting, mixing, mastering, whatever you want to do, you need to understand so many different levels.
Yeah.
There are literally like 5 people that are only working in one genre. There's almost nobody. And if you're a mastering engineer, of course, you're handling everything. And if you're a mixer, you're handling everything. Chad Blake, you know, Spike Stent, Spike went to my school in Fleet, where I went Catholic Park, and it's no accident. He's a stupidly talented guy. And what's his genre? He's mixed rock albums, metal albums, just did the new Peter Gabriel with Chad Blake. He's done Beyonce. The point is like, if he had one of the skill sets and he knew how to mix R&B pop for Beyonce, that's great. But how does that apply to working with the Peter Gabriel record? Completely different. If you listen to that new IO record, you need multiple skill sets, to really do this properly. And that cannot be done in a standalone piece. It has to be done in this kind of environment where you interact with people and you share ideas and you listen to them and you listen to their music and you give advice based on that. And that's been a lot of fun because every 2 weeks I'll come on a call and we'll listen to tracks by people like you sitting in this chat. And I'll ask them what do they want to know before we listen to the track, and they'll explain where they were struggling on something, and then we'll listen to the track. And quite often they think it's a mix thing, it's actually a production thing, or they think it's a production thing and it's actually a mix thing. How are you going to get that? Because the question you ask underneath a static video doesn't help you. That's a question you text, the email you send, without the sonic reference, without the discussion, the context is irrelevant. Because people ask me all the time, how do I mix the vocal? I mean, what does the track sound like? How was it recorded? So many different answers. So yes, as Michael's saying, it's the interactivity. It is the community that will always win. And that's something you will not get from static kind of courses. As much as I love those as well, they are definitely something to add to your arsenal, getting courses and things. But community is absolutely massive.
Cool.
100%.
Well, thank you all. Who's ready to get down to business today? Enough of this nonsense. If you're in, you're in. If you're out, you're out. Do it a different time. It's all good to us. Let's get back to the free stuff. Let's get back to mixing this vocal, getting it sounding great. Thanks, Michael. Thanks, Warren, for jumping in, and for so many of you who booked calls already. I know I'm going to get a chance to work with and meet a lot of you soon. That's very exciting for me. So,
and thank you for letting us talk about it for a couple minutes too. I know it's always annoying when you show up for a free thing and we're talking about our stuff. This is how we keep the lights on. This is how we're able to do free challenges and everything like this. So thank you for letting us talk about it. And if you haven't booked a call, because we got a lot of them coming in. So
yep. And they're great guys. They're fun to talk to.
I remember what you were talking about, Stevie Wonder, Warren. Me and you were together when Stevie Wonder walked in at NAMM. We were hanging out.
Yeah. I was at our friend's booth when he came out and bought one of their microphones. He came up and he goes, he's like, doing a Stevie thing, and he's just like, hey, I've heard about this microphone. Tell me about it. And they're like, you could tell they were like shaking, so excited, and they put the headphones on him and he listened. He's like, I'll take one of these. And they were like, I think they said, we'll send it to you and give it to you. And he's like, no, I'm going to buy it. I think that's another thing, because it shows that he's giving back. And I also, that's a big thing, being understanding your place. I just want to tell you this because it was my wife and I were talking about this. We were talking about how certain artists that you work with, and how the more successful they are, you start realizing that they understand their own self-worth, but also how much they affect people. And I was talking to Al Schmidt about this a few years ago, and Al has made a couple of Paul McCartney records, and he did this big band one where Paul was singing over like live musicians. And he said at first he was a little nerve-wracking, but by the time he fell into it, it was amazing. And then they had like this mixing week or whatever, and Paul would come in and sit, they'd pull up the songs, and then he'd make a few comments. And they had this one song, and they had a few tweaks to do. And it was Al's daughter's birthday. And he was really wanted to go and call his daughter and wish her happy birthday, but he's sitting next to Paul McCartney at Capitol Records. You know, it's a very expensive day and quite a famous person. And he said that he said that there was a sort of a moment where Paul maybe said he wanted to use the bathroom or whatever it was. There was an opportunity for a break, and he goes, "Oh, good, I've got to go and call my daughter." And Paul's like, "Oh, that's great. Why do you need to call her?" He's like, "Well, it's her birthday." So Al says he goes out into the car park, into the parking lot at Capitol Records. I don't know if anybody knows that particular thing. Some of you, I'm sure, do. And there's nobody out there. It's just Al on the phone, and he's wishing his daughter happy birthday. And he says, Paul McCartney walks out and says, "Give me the phone. Give me the phone." And he gives him the phone, and he picks up the phone. He obviously had asked the daughter's name, and he sang happy birthday to her, and then gave the phone back to Al. And of course, his daughter's like, "Oh my God, Paul McCartney just sang me happy birthday." And what I loved about that story and what Al's point was, is there was no cameras. Nobody took a selfie. That experience, that was somebody who understood their importance and their own self-worth and what it meant to make that person's like day, probably life, year, and whatever. And to me, that is what I'm always looking for. It's like when you're doing these kinds of things, you've actually got to impart something that's important to people. They've got to walk away feeling like there's something of value and you understand why you're doing it. Otherwise, it's all rote and just kind of like, and you're reading off a thing. You've got to come from a place of giving and not expecting in return. And I think that's why these guys have created something successful.
Thanks, Warren. We're glad to have you on the team. We're thankful for you being here, and you're someone we all grew up learning from. And now the fact that you're here helping students is very cool.
It's fun.
Not to age you, but we've all learned from you when we were starting out. It's really cool to have you.
Thank you, Sonny.
And if you wonder why everyone's dropping drinks in the chat, we have a running joke in our community in our school. When Warren tells a story, all the students put drink emojis in the chat. Just like when Jake or I mentioned Soothe 2, they put a drink emoji in chat. So
That's us. That's mastering.com. Just a bunch of drinking jokes.
All right. Thank you all so much. Thanks, Warren. Thanks, Michael. Jake, you ready? You feeling okay?
Yeah. Let's do this thing.
Let's do these vocals, man.
If you could give me screen share, I'd greatly appreciate it. We can jump into the DAW. You guys go ahead and give me a 34,100 if you're ready to go. What do you think? Jump into the DAW. We'll do a little vocal work today.
This is always a fun day. All right.
Sweet. Thanks, man. Appreciate that.
34,100 is the number of people who just booked calls.
Oh, yeah.
Goodness, folks.
Yeah, get them in.
Thank you so much. You won't be disappointed.
Yeah, get them in. And if you're having any trouble booking calls, guys, it's because the slots filled up, and just let us know in the chat section and we'll open up more. Okay. Cool. Oh, Katie's working with a nasally client right now. One of my recurring artists, who I work with just perpetually, has the worst 1K nasally kind of bump naturally in the voice. And he's an incredible singer, sings with a ton of emotion. But it's always, I can count on that. I can always rely on that being something that I have to kind of work on when it comes to the mix. So, anyway. Yeah, Mark, is the rest of the family okay? My wife gave it to me, so she's not good. But my kids are seemingly just immune to COVID. They're running around like crazy people. So we've got both ends of the spectrum right now. We're just down for the count, and the kids are just like maniacs.
Oh, that's tough. You almost want them to get sick so they can just be lethargic.
Dude, tell me about it.
Thank you.
Funny.
All right. Let's do this.
Let's do it, guys. Let's kind of, I'm going to unmute the vocals and we'll kind of listen to just how these sit. I was able to get the uncompressed vocals, like the lead vocal uncompressed, right? So you can see here that we've got like a lot of spikes and there's a kind of a large dynamic range happening, right? We've got some really big fat waveforms, especially over here. And then these tiny little kind of waveforms here, right? So we're going to use gain automation to kind of level all that out and make the vocal a little bit more consistent. We'll get to that in just a minute. But first, let's just take a listen. Let's see kind of where we're sitting, what we've got. Okay. You guys hearing that okay?
So start.
One.
I know it all too well. My body's under your spell. And I know, given the time, I follow, and I don't mind. My mind, it keeps the score. In trouble, it locks the door. Leaving out on its own. Lifeless shown. She speaks a sorry lie. At least sees her weary sighs. Fall out from what is now an unsure vow.
You know, not too bad, but you know, some work to be done here, right? Still got that 10K, right? That 10K like boost happening in there, some of that harshness happening, right? Somebody asked, how do we deal with mic bleed? You can use a gate or, you know, a few things you can do. You can use a gate on it. You can re-record it so that there is no mic bleed or isolate it properly during the recording process, or just let it be. You know, let the mic bleed just be in there. If it's not a problem in context, then it's not a problem, you know? Yeah, or you can use like some audio repair tools like RX, you know, Isotope RX to try to kind of like fix a little bit of that kind of stuff. But
Some bleed's not a big deal.
yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, I've heard tracks that are just like bleed crazy, but the song like together, like in context, it's just like absolute killer.
I know it all too well.
So yeah, a few ways you can kind of do this. What we want is to make this vocal more consistent without the use of compression, right? If we just add a compressor on this vocal, what's going to happen? You know, it's going to squash down all of these, you know, it's going to react really, really heavily to this stuff. And it's not going to react at all to any of this stuff, right? So we might get some artifacts over here, you know, and then just have a uncompressed or unaffected vocal over here, right? So the point is to get this kind of sitting nicely in the mix without the use of any compression, right? And then we'll feed that compressor a really even, smooth signal so that it can do a better job for us if we want to narrow the dynamic range a little bit more. Right? Hopefully that makes sense. So I'll show you how this goes. There are a few ways you can do it. This process is called gain automation. And one way is to just highlight a clip and then reduce the gain manually, you know, using like a gain control, right? And you can see that waveform kind of bouncing up, coming down. You can do by eye, you know, and really just kind of quickly go through and do that kind of stuff, right? Great. That's one way you can do it. That's fine, but you know, after you do something like that, you just got to remember to add crossfades to all of your cuts. So it's not uncommon to see, you know, maybe something like cut up like this, even. And like adjusting the levels of each one of these like waveforms, depending on what they need, you know, and you would do this by listening to it, right? I'm doing this by eye now just to kind of demonstrate the process and this technique, but ideally you're just like listening through and doing this whole thing, right? And then you would crossfade everything so that there are no clicks and pops between any of your edits, right? And then you can bounce it in place if you like. What I like to do kind of more often these days is just use a gain plugin. The reason why I like gain is because it's a little bit quicker for me. And if there are any like trailing words at the end of a phrase that just kind of like decrescendo down, I can smoothly crescendo them back up by writing in some automation with a gain plugin. You can't really do that kind of stuff with like clip gain editing. Right? So let's go ahead and just kind of move through this track.
You can totally do both, by the way. If you want to go through and do clip gaining like he was doing first, and then do the gain automation track. I've seen a lot of people do 2 or 3 levels.
Yep, and even more, you know,
whatever works for your workflow.
Yeah, I know some people that like to use Vocal Rider. I think you like Vocal Rider, don't you, Caleb?
I don't use it as much anymore, but if I do use it, I also do the other stuff too. It's just
Yeah,
like one layer of things. I'll use it gently, and then I'll also do, you know, gain, clip gain, and then I'll also use an automation lane. But I
yeah,
promise you, if you go sit in with really great vocal mix engineers, they're doing this stuff. Again, if you missed my presentation earlier, this is how you tell the story of the vocal. You don't want the compressor to make all these choices for you. You want to make sure that every intimacy and cool thing about that vocal is how you want it and brought out in the right way. And compressor just won't make those choices 100% of the time correctly for you. So we have to do this. You don't have to do it on every track, but something as prevalent as the vocal, as important as the vocal, we really want to inject ourselves in there and to making human choices about that.
yeah, exactly. So we'll just kind of move through this process. We'll go ahead and get her done. Let's take a listen.
I know it'll do it.
I think there's an opportunity right there to bring up this word. And actually kind of like crescendo up here. Get that nice tasty breath at the end of the word well.
It'll do it.
Right? Nice and consistent without it.
It'll do it.
The word well kind of sinks back in the behind the acoustic, but now with it.
It'll do it.
It's nice and close to the listener, right? And it stays nice and forward and consistent. Hear the difference there, guys? Starting to get it? I mean, even with just like that one move, it starts to click a little bit, right? Like the light switch starts to turn on. And it sounds natural. It doesn't sound like compression is, yeah, it's basically riding the fader, David, exactly. You know, it's not like compression artifacts. It's not a compressor doing that work. It's just very much like a natural kind of more open kind of sound, right? It's less processed and it's more natural.
Body.
Right, check this out. I'm just gonna pull up this whole kind of section here.
Body's under your spell.
Spell. You know, spell trails off a little bit. I'm okay with it trailing off a little bit, but I don't want it trailing off a lot.
Your spell. Body's under your spell.
Right, maybe let it trail off a little bit more.
under your spell.
Good enough.
And I know, given the time,
You know, and I might just kind of like just pull this peak down.
and I know, given the time,
Same thing with this one. Pull this down just a little bit.
it's under your spell. And I know, given the time,
You know, this whole phrase right here, like pretty buried. I don't want to destroy it. You know what I mean? I don't want to destroy like all of the natural dynamics here, but I do want to make it more audible and a little bit more consistent. Like there's something about the fluctuation and the intensity of his voice that delivers the message and delivers emotion. So I don't want to, my goal here is to not just like completely squash it, but manage it in an intentional way.
given the time. And I know, given the time,
Like bring that down. Just a touch there.
given the time, I follow. I follow, and I don't mind. I follow, and I don't mind.
Bring this section up.
I follow, and I don't mind.
Go.
I follow, and I don't mind.
Sweet.
My mind.
So now just to kind of demonstrate in a more visual way, you know, what we're doing here. Maybe I'll just take that and bounce it in place. Might not look like much when I bounce it in place. However, when I kind of drag this region, watch this closely. When I drag this region over the original region, you'll notice a difference in the faded waveforms. So take a look at the waveforms. See where the differences are? They're like a little bit more gray. I can't really point to them with my mouse. But over on the second waveform on the left, you can kind of see the differences, right? See where they're just kind of a little bit transparent and a little gray. Showing you exactly what I've done to the waveforms here. I don't necessarily even need to bounce it though, right? It's audible. You can hear it.
I know it all too well. My body's under your spell. And my body's under your spell.
Without and then with.
My body's under your spell. And I know, given the time, I follow.
We just take a look at this one.
Given the time, given the time,
Right?
Y'all
Get
hear
that?
that? That's the, I love the word spell now. It's like this intimate moment with spell. It's still, Here's the thing, it still sounds pulled back because of the way he said it, but in the terms of volume, it's not going to get buried in the mix, especially later when there's more stuff coming in, right? The singer's trying to have dynamic, and that's fine, but even just the way they're singing it will create a lot of that. We want to balance it closer so that things don't pop in and out of the mix and become distracting.
That's right. Consistency. Keep going.
My mind, it keeps the score.
I'm gonna roll into that section so I can kind of like get my bearings with where the vocal's sitting.
And I know, given the time, I follow, and I don't mind. My mind, it keeps the score. In trouble, he locks the door.
Yeah, so I'm gonna start by just pulling that whole region down.
My mind, I follow. My mind, it keeps the score. My mind, it keeps the score.
And we're losing all of that, right? I'll use this other method here just to show you.
It keeps the score. My mind, it keeps the score.
Right? Better?
In trouble, he locks the door.
Look at we lose all of that. Locks the.
He locks the door.
Door.
He locks the door. Oh,
Yeah, and I'm gonna grab some of that. A little bit there too. Just kind of crescendo that up.
oh, he locks the door. In trouble, he locks the door. Leaving out on its own. Lifeless shown.
This whole section I think can come down.
In trouble, he locks the door. Leaving out on its own.
Fine.
Lifeless shown.
Shown can come up.
Lifeless shown.
Great. Cool. And that's that section. Awesome possum. Let's grab all those. Crossfade. And move on. Next section. Let's kind of roll into it a little bit.
Out on its own. Lifeless shown. She speaks a sorry lie.
Cool. We're getting louder and louder. Right? So just kind of managing that a little bit.
She speaks a sorry lie. A sorry lie.
Might just nab this little chunk in here.
A sorry lie. At least see the weary side.
Let's bring that down. Just excited. Beach ball of death. You guys still hear this?
And he sees the weary side. She speaks. And he sees the weary.
See, this is beautiful stuff down here, right? It'd be a shame to kind of like let that go.
And he sees the weary.
Boom.
The weary side. And he sees.
Actually grab the beginning of this phrase a little bit here too.
And he sees the weary side. Fall out.
You can tell me some some other things you might use this technique on besides vocals.
Fall out. He sees. Fall out from what is now. Fall out from what is now. Been unsure about.
And really even deeper, like a lot of it is anything that's kind of the highlight, a soloed moment, a guitar solo, a violin solo, anything like that, where it's really prominent and needs to just be very emotional and have great intention. This is a great technique to use on any of that.
Hold out, just hold out your fires. Tonight, hide all, just hide your desires. Stand your ground. Hold out, just hold out your fires. Tonight, hide all, just hide your desires. Stand your ground. Just hold your ground.
Nice. Sounded pretty good.
Just hold out, just hold out your fires.
Yeah, it doesn't need to be that loud. Come on.
Just hold out, just hold out your fires. And hide all, just hide your desires. Stand your ground. Just hold your ground.
Nice. Done. Didn't really do anything else with that.
Is that too long of a process for anybody, for the kind of intention that we're giving to a really important part of the song, which is the vocal? Not if you want to get paid, says Nick. It's well worth it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And in my opinion, it's worth it.
It's like some of the most magic stuff you can do. Anyone can balance a track and put some EQ and compression on there, but are you in tune enough with the emotion and tune enough with the song that you can make it magic? And do we have the objective skills enough to do that quickly? That's what it's all about.
Cool. I'm going to go ahead and bounce that in place.
Much better.
In mono though. Sweet. And then maybe we take a look at
I think something went weird on that bounce. I think you
What it
didn't include the gain.
no, it's good.
Oh yeah, those are shorter.
These are the differences visually, right? So you can actually kind of see if I were to pull this up. See where the differences are in the waveforms. Right. And that's it. And I'm just going to call this like LV prime, and I'm going to hide it. Because I need to come back to it later for whatever reason. And there we are. That's that, mattress man.
So we're still going to compress this. We're still going to limit this. We're still going to do stuff to it to control it even more.
Yeah.
This was just about intention. Now we're in a good place to both the compressors and limiters won't have to work so hard. So there's less potential for artifacts and pumping and weird stuff, but also we've done the storytelling.
That's right. But first,
Well, I know it all too well. My body is under your spell. My mind, it keeps the score.
it's just like better. It's already better.
We've been waiting 3 days for that, Jake.
I've been waiting so long for this. Dear God, I might roll off like some of the mega ultra highs here too, like after 16-ish.
Well, I know it all too well.
Listen to all that bleed.
My body is under your spell. I know it all too well.
Listen to how much smoother that comes in now with the acoustic guitar, right? It's not like an ice pick up here, right? I'm going to undo it and then we can kind of like listen to the difference.
I know it all
I'm feeling that like here. I feel those high frequencies like in my jaw and in my neck and stuff. And I can point to the spot where I feel it. I feel it right here. You can draw.
Yeah.
You
in
see
my
that spot?
feeling.
See that spot right there? Right
It's
there.
right here in my cheekbones.
Yeah, you get it up high, like in the front.
Yep.
Mine's like down here, like right below the jaw. Yeah. Without and then with.
I know it all too well. I know it all too well.
I have less anxiety. I know that.
I know it all too well.
Beep boop.
See those emojis.
Who saw that coming? Anybody see that coming? I don't believe you. Prove it.
Jake, I know you too well, brother.
I know
Look at that. Look at what Sooth's grabbing onto.
It's crazy.
It's the exact spot. You know, it shouldn't be a surprise to anybody. Right? We saw that in day one using the frequency analyzer. right? We heard it first, right? And then we confirmed it using our eyes with the past frequency analyzer. Now we're digging even deeper. We're at a third level, and we're seeing that Soothe is just automatically responding to all that buildup that's happening there, right?
I know it all too well. I know it all too well. Body's under your spell. And I know, given the time,
Right there. Let's listen to that.
and I know, given the time, and I know, given the time.
So there's still like a little bit of like like that hissy kind of sound, right? But at this point, like it's eons better.
Way better. But look how much we had to take out. It's not insignificant. A lot of
No.
people are too scared to make those cuts, I think.
Yeah, and we can play with that. I mean, we can even let's see.
I know it all too well. Body's under your spell.
I mean, we can go hunting and pecking for that.
And I know, given the time,
Probably right there.
I follow. And I don't mind.
It could be anywhere from like 8K and above.
I know it all too well. Body's under your spell. And I know, given the time, I know it all too well. Body's under your spell. And I know, given the time, I know it all too well. Body's under your spell. And I know, given the time, I know it all too well.
That's it.
I had to guess which mic they used. I would say it was probably U87 clone.
Or a Sony. Could have been a Sony because everybody in pop uses like a Sony, right?
I
Well,
don't-
without understanding the quality that it's just like just jacks the upper mids and the high end and stuff like that. You know what I mean? But yeah, it could also be a pencil mic. You know, it could just be like a short shotgun like condenser too.
I say U87 clone. I could very well be wrong. Could be a number of things. A lot of times it has that 10K thing that we're taking out. U87 does that a lot, but it also is like not as smooth on the high end as a real U87. So that was my guess. It could be anything. Who knows? They're here, I think. Let us know what you used.
Yeah, that's true too. Some cheaper mics won't react well.
Yep.
A Telefunken U47.
Deshaun, the dynamic EQ that we put on there was doing that.
Yeah, this is in addition to
Addition.
just kind of that static, and it's not necessary. It's every time the voice comes in. It's not necessarily it just like momentary. You know, it's static. That hiss is static throughout.
Baden in the chat. I think that's a singer, right?
Yeah, what's up, Baden? Thanks for letting us use these tracks. This is an incredible song to work with. Honored to,
for Baden and local kin.
yeah, really honored to be working with your art, man. Thank you so much. Phenomenal track.
Baden, if you figure out which mic you use, let us know. It doesn't matter, but we're just having fun.
I know it all too well. Body's under your spell. And I know, given the time, I follow, and I don't mind. I know it all too well. Body's under your spell. And I know, given the time, I follow, and I don't mind. My mind, it keeps the score. In trouble, he locks the door, leaving out on its own. Lifeless shown.
Way easier to listen to.
I know it all too well. Body's under your spell. And I know, given the time, I follow.
Let's squeeze that a little bit. And we're going to breathe some thickness and some warmth into this vocal as well. It needs it. It's now it's thin. Right. Just kind of beef it up, get warmer.
I know,
A little compression on there.
I know it all too well. Body's under your spell. And I know, given the time, oh, given the time, I follow, given the time, I follow, and I don't, I know, given the time.
See how that reacts over here.
My mind, it keeps the score. In trouble, he locks the door, leaving out on its own.
Let's hit that spot. That will be that spot, and like over here, that's where we're going to get the most compression artifacts. All right, so those are the spots that I want to check, make sure I'm not squashing it too much. We're not getting too much of that like squishy kind of compression sound.
Leaving out on its own. Leaving out on its own. Lifeless shown. She speaks a sorry lie. And he sees the weary side. Fall out from what is now. An unsure ground. Hold out, just hold out your fires. And hide all, just hide your desires. And stand your ground.
I think if we slow the attack on this a little bit, it'll sound a little less squashed. So right now I'm just like super fast, so I'm just gonna slow it down a bit.
Hold out, just hold out your fires. And hide all, just hide your desires.
It's already better. Just feeling
And
clean.
stand your ground. Just hold your ground.
Check over here.
Hold out, just hold out your fires. And hide all, just hide your desires. Stand your ground. Hide all, just hide your desires. Hide all, just hide your.
Yeah, I don't really like what that's doing.
Hide all, just hide your. Hide all, just hide your desires.
It's okay.
Hide all, just hide your desires.
I just rolled back the mix knob a little bit.
Hide all, just hide. Just hold out, just hold out your fires.
Much better. Much better. Let's grab an LA2A.
I know it all too well. Body's under your spell. And I know, given the time, I follow, and I don't mind. My mind, it keeps the score. In trouble, he locks the door. Leaving out on its own. Lifeless shown.
Check this.
Hold out, just hold out your fires. And hide all, just hide your desires. Stand your ground. Just hold your ground.
I'm gonna try a really subtle kind of roll off of the highs here.
I know it all too well. And body's under your spell. I know it all too well. And body's under your spell. And I know, given the time, I follow, and I don't mind. My mind, it keeps the score.
Add slap. I'm gonna do some parallel work. So what I'm gonna do here is just add a parallel track. Just call it para. And I'm going to route it properly. And I'm going to send the lead vocal to that aux, that parallel track that I just created. And I'm just going to smash it with some really tasty compression. I think I want to try this U73B, since we're kind of like in this kind of retro-y kind of like attitude or mood, you know, folksy kind of mood. I kind of want to give it that old school kind of flavor. And this is just like really old kind of like piece of gear.
My mind, it keeps the score.
And I'm just trying to get more body and like character and vibe out of this vocal. It's just one way to do that.
In trouble, he locks the door.
This is where the vocal is most exposed, so I'm gonna kind of just focus on this section first.
I know he'd all do well. And body is under your spell. And I know, given the time, I follow, and I don't mind. Well, I know he'd all do well. And body is under your spell. Well, I know he'd all do well.
So I've low passed everything down to 2K on the parallel channel, because I don't want to go like squashing all of those upper mids and the highs and then blending more of that content in. Like I don't want to do that. All I want to do is just like focus on everything up to like about 2K, right? And bring that in parallel. Right, just squash all of that, and that's going to help. Kind of the thought is, anyway, the theory is that it's going to help bring character to just the mid range of the vocal, right, where it's lacking kind of like that fullness and that flavor and that character, right? Just kind of thicken it up a little bit.
Well, I know
This is what it sounds like in solo.
he'd all do well.
You know, you can hear all those chesty, kind of like warm frequencies happening there, and we'll just blend that in to this vocal.
Well, I know he'd all do well. My body is under your spell.
Like, it's a delicate dance, right? There's a sweet spot to be had there, so we'll just kind of play it in context.
Well, I know he'd all do well.
That's with.
My body is under your spell.
And then this is without.
My body is under your spell.
And with.
My body is under your spell.
Right? Starting to kind of thicken it up, make it sound like less glassy and less digital, and like just a little bit more warmth, a little bit more fullness.
Well, I know It all too well.
We're intimate, right? It's almost like he's very, very close to you. And think about it. When you're closer to somebody, you can hear more low frequencies in their voice. That's just what it is, right? It's proximity. Those low frequencies are the most powerful frequencies. There's a reason why you stand, way far away from another person in a field, and all of those high frequencies begin to taper off the further away you get from somebody, right? If you're like yelling at somebody and moving away from them, like those high frequencies are the ones that drop off first, and those low frequencies are the nice, big, fat, powerful waveforms. They still continue to hit you, right? Thunder, right? When thunder's closer, you hear like the crack, like those high frequencies. But if it's further away, all you hear are the low frequencies. Right? They're powerful, powerful stuff.
Body's under your spell.
Let's listen in these spots over here.
Hold out, just hold out your fire. Tonight, hide all, just hide your desire. Stand your ground. Just hold your ground. Hold out, just hold out your fire. Tonight, just hold out, just hold out your fires. And hide all, just hide your desires. Stand your ground. Just hold your. Just hold out, just hold out your fires.
I'm just gonna bring that back a little bit with some soothe. And just in this range right here.
Hold out, just hold out your fires. And hide all, just hide your desires. Stand your ground. Just hold your ground.
Cool.
Well, I know it all too well. And body's under your spell.
Sweet. Better.
Much better.
Just need a quick break. Doesn't have to be a 5-minute break, just a quick one from listening. Any questions on any of that so far, guys? I guess we can do a quick Q&A. We jump back in. So would it be preferable to add your more complex or deeply affecting compression? You mean like more exaggerated compression in parallel to the vocal rather than just in the vocal chain itself? I like to do both. I only like to use parallel compression for specific reasons. Like if I need to thicken up the vocal or give it more detail and energy, I'll use some parallel compression on that. It's just one technique. Sometimes I can get a vocal sitting where I want it without using any parallel compression whatsoever.
Never do anything every time.
Yeah.
Just really needed it. You could hear the difference. It was just kind of hollow sounding. It just really gave it that girth. And then we controlled the top end, which is nice.
Yeah, nothing, unfortunately, nothing really does Soothe like Soothe does. It's just the best out there on the market in terms of like dynamic, like intelligent dynamic EQ. Um, a cheaper version that doesn't do it as well is Smooth Operator from Baby Audio. It's pretty good. It doesn't do it quite as well on the high end. Does it really great in like the mids. Rezo doesn't do the same thing.
I haven't played with Silk yet. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't know what Silk is.
It's a new Waves plugin, I think. Yeah, Soothe is more than a dynamic EQ. It's really good with resonant frequencies. In particular, it's really good about leaving the rest of it, which is why it's so cool. Because we want to sometimes get rid of resonances, but we don't want to get rid of other stuff. We can do a 5-minute break if y'all want a snack bio break.
Yeah, you know what? Let me get some more coffee and down another bottle of Dayquil, and we'll meet back here in about 5 minutes. If that's cool.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll bring up a timer.
Some people were wanting me to throw the link for booking calls up again, so I'll do that. And if anyone has any questions, I'll stick around and ask any.
Okay, cool. Awesome. I'll BRB.
Yeah, BRB. Any questions on anything, y'all? Yeah, actually, I threw this up just because some people are asking for the booking link again. Thanks, Nicholas. Does the job. Eddie, they're all group in a way because eventually what we decided is that it's good to let people come listen in to learn from other people, but the one-on-one time is no one else talking. So you do get your own, as much one-on-one time as you need. But you can also, if you don't have a question, you can go just listen in and learn from others. Thanks, Robin. It's all online, though we're planning on doing some in-person meetups starting next year. It should be fun. Fly Warren in, fly some cool people in, do like a studio event somewhere like Vegas. To be determined. Just ideas we've been having. You can build it around your schedule. Yep. If you have 30 minutes a day, you can commit to it over the next 2 years, give or take. Consistency over big, long sessions. Yeah, Jorge. Yeah, linear phase is good if you're making big moves. Steven, I have tried to build my own equipment and mod stuff, and I've failed just thoroughly every time. But I do think it's cool. I bought like an echo chamber for like a slap. I bought a kit that makes you an echo chamber that I thought would be cool, and it never worked. I guess I'm not careful enough on that. Thanks, Eddie. Affiliate program. What do you mean? Prices for the 2 years. Yep. Out the door. And it's actually a little less if you pay in full. So you can actually get it for a little less if you pay in full. Yeah, Richie, we do have a referral program. We actually get a lot of our students from referrals from students, which I think is both a cool testament that our students like it, but also it's a chance for them to, you know, pay off a little bit. I don't remember how much less it is, Keith. It's a good chunk. I used to use a lot more outboard gear, Mark. I've sold a lot of it. I just think it's too convenient to do in the box these days. You know, guys like Bobcats are even doing that, and it's just so much nicer for recall and everything else. Plus, the algorithms for these analog emulations is getting so good that it's like really close. I've shot stuff out against the real thing, and boy, it's getting pretty close. Diego, we do have payment plans. Just ask about that. Good microphone recommendations between $600 and $900, like a TLM 103 maybe. There's individual mentoring time available every day. And we're very proud of that. I've not used Spire.
I have a client that uses Spire.
Really?
Yep. Sends me like records with it, sends me tracks.
Yes, Colleen, kind of. We let other people listen into those calls, but the one-on-one time is really one-on-one in that it's no one else can interrupt or talk. You can have all the time you need one-on-one. You can pull your DAW up, you can pull your screen up, we can have a conversation. You won't be wanting for mentorship.
That's for sure. Like daily, like 2 times a day or something like that.
There's two
now.
a day.
So wild. I can't believe how far this whole thing has come in like a year.
Yeah, it's amazing. And our students are doing cool stuff, you know. A lot of them are starting to get through it. They're starting to get into the electives. They're starting to do sync and get placements. And we have several students who are launching their artist careers and getting, you know, lots of plays and touring. And a lot of people have started their mix and mastering businesses and are getting clients. Yeah, Colleen, it won't be like that.
Jay asked, what are the consequences of normalizing all tracks as prep for to balance mix levels? The consequences are headroom.
Consequences is it will save you a lot of time and give you the headroom you need. You should do it. We did it on day one if you missed it. Yeah, Colleen. Mic modeling can be fun. We used mic modeling in the mix. That was pretty cool. What are the
Yeah.
potential implications?
Yeah, I might actually use it on this vocal again to see what it does.
Really? That could be cool.
Let's try it. Want to try it?
Yeah, to maybe the Royer again?
Yeah.
Or like a 47 maybe?
Yeah, why not? Let's check it out. See what we
Seven.
got.
All right, let's get back to it. Good questions, y'all. Yeah, we recommend normalization. We did it on day one. Go back to the beginning of his demonstration on day one. It's one of the first things he did to gain stage everything in like one button. Thing about mic modeling is just make sure that the capsule that you're using is good quality. Because you can model anything, but if the capsule and the components aren't good enough, and that's been there's some that aren't and there's some that aren't. So just make sure it's giving you a nice buttery top end and nice warm low end in terms of the components. And then it can model whatever. It's just essentially applying saturation and EQ to model the frequency response of other microphones, but you got to start with a good product. Yep, C414 is a good mic. Not good for everything, but it's a great mic.
You'll find that mic in every studio that you ever go to. If anybody's going to studios anymore.
Nice burn. I'm going to take a quick couple because I was talking through that. I'll be right back.
All right. Let's play around with this vocal. So I made a duplicate of the vocal just to kind of like test something, test a little bit of this mic modeling that we were just talking about. You know, we can any of this stuff. So what I have on this vocal right now is our attenuation of the high frequencies, you know, with EQ, soothe, and then this little kind of like hiss elimination there. And then I've got mic modeling happening, right? Let's see what happens.
I know it all too well. Body's under your spell.
Already like sounding better to me.
Body.
That's without.
Body's under your spell.
Way better, right?
Body
Bumping up all that body.
body.
That couldn't have worked out better.
Body under your spell. And I know, given the time. And I know, given the time. And I know, given the time.
Dude, like just that mic right there. I just opened it up. And this is a model. This is an emulation of the U47. Somebody mentioned U47 earlier. Right?
And I know.
No. Yeah. So Nick asks, shouldn't you put the mic model first in the chain? No, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It's just for the reasons that we're using it, we're not really using it to emulate any specific microphone, right? Because the mic that this was recorded through is not like a transparent mic or anything like that. It's already got its character baked into it. So where we apply this microphone's like frequency profile in the chain doesn't really matter. For me, it's an enhancement thing. So usually what I like to do is fix before I enhance, right? So in this chain right here, we've got fix, right? We're fixing it. We're bringing the vocal to like a baseline first. That's a fix move. This is a fix move, right? And then once we've brought that vocal to a baseline, then we can start experimenting with some enhancements, right? And I would consider this like thickening up the vocal or making it more full an enhancement, right? Because we're adding something to it or we're shaping it in some way, right? So we fixed all of our problems. Now we're enhancing. Does that make sense? Yeah. Cool. Why did I do 2 different EQs? It was just the thought process. You know, I was just kind of applying plugins in terms of how I was thinking of things. So it's like, okay, obviously I have to like just tackle this in a big broad brush stroke. Great, that's done, right? Then I closed the plugin. And then I'm thinking to myself, okay, this can use probably just a little bit more of focused attenuation. So then I use soothe for that. And then after I assessed it again, I thought to myself, okay, there's probably still some whistly frequency I need to take care of. Instead of going back into this EQ and like pulling out like a frequency with a band here like this or something like that, right? I just kind of wanted to start fresh with a fresh visual and pull it down on its own. That's all it was. You can do it any way you want. There's no there's no harm in going back to the original EQ. I just personally did it this way because I wanted to see it on a fresh GUI. Anyway. Yeah, let's keep going here with this vocal.
Well, I know it all too well.
Sounds good, man.
Body's under your spell.
Now without,
I know it all too well. I know it all too well.
nice bump.
Body's under your spell. And I know.
Okay, let's do like a little bit of a shootout. I know that 800 isn't really gonna work.
I know.
Nope.
I know it all too well. Body's under your.
It's looking kind of like that hissy thing.
I know it all too well.
Yeah, that's still winning for me. You know, we can do this all day. I'm not gonna spend too much more time on this, guys.
I know.
So no.
I know it all too well.
No.
I know.
Nope. Nope. This one does it for me.
I know it all too well. Body's under your spell. And I know.
You know, I've had a ton of other mics. Mike saying try the Blackbird. I don't even think I have access to the Blackbird stuff. And but I do have more mics. I'm not going to spend any more time on just kind of like flipping through that or anything. I think that sounds pretty good.
I know it all too well. Body's under your spell.
Cool. I'm happy with that. Nice. Now let's see what happens with some compression.
I know it all too well. Body's under your spell. And I know, given the time, I follow, and I don't mind. Well, I know, and I know, given the time, I know, given the time, I follow, and I don't mind. Well, I know it all too well. Body's under your spell. And I know, given the time, I follow, and I don't mind. Well, I know it all too well. My mind, it keeps the score. In trouble, it locks the door. Leaving out on its own. Lifeless shown.
I'm way better. Nice and tasty now.
My mind, it keeps the score. In trouble, it locks the door.
I'm just gonna roll the mix knob back on this compressor a little bit.
My mind, it keeps the score. In trouble, He locks the door, leaving out on its own.
Cool. Sounds pretty good. Pretty sick so far.
My mind. Now kneel down, knows the door.
Right? A little bit more of that like smooth kind of quality to the voice rather than like that smooth warmth, rather than kind of like that digital glassy kind of biting, cutting kind of sound, right? Which is what the reference is kind of dictating in the first place, right? Guys following?
Oh yeah.
Following.
Nice. What's up, Dane?
Hi.
How you doing, man?
Hello. Hello, everyone.
It's been a couple days.
It's been a minute. You feeling all right?
No.
No. I should have known. I shouldn't have asked you that. I'm sorry.
Eh.
What did you film today, Dane?
Oh, summing.
Summing. A video on summing.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Really a big giant rabbit hole trap there. But good. It was good.
Oh man.
There's a rabbit hole.
It's really
Elliot?
it's such an interesting conversation. It really is one of the more fascinating like conversations because on one hand you have Bob Katz, who's like the most respected scientific nerdy engineer out there, most respected, and he's like it's a red herring, and then all you need is one piece of analog gear that has some transformers and circuitry to get that sound, and then you have other people are like, oh no, it's, they swear by, yeah, 2 bus plus, all that good stuff. Anyway, the conversation is,
Bob, I trust, man. He knows he has the best
Yeah.
ears. I think.
yeah, we've come a long way, that's for sure, in our ability to emulate that. But
I'm somewhere like in between. Are you talking about like analog summing or
Right.
or are you talking about just like summing, like whether it's analog or
well,
digital?
so here's the thing, like the argument is, okay, if we were to remove all of the components of analog gear, so transistors, transformers, tube,
Yeah, voltage stuff.
yeah, voltage stuff that our audio is running through. It's really those components that people are liking. It's especially like transformers. You have a transformer on every single channel on an Eve console, on an SSL. And the combination of all those sounds running and summing together is what they like and is what they're hearing. And all the words they're using, depth and better spatial imaging, all the stuff that they use to describe, that isn't summing in and of itself, right? Like if we had a perfectly linear electrical system, right? Like in summing by itself,
Wouldn't do anything.
wouldn't give us anything.
Yeah,
in
wouldn't do
reality. And that's why you have like the 2 bus plus. You have 3 knobs that say, they have a transformer knob and a harmonics knob, and then you have a parallel limit knob. It's offering a lot more than just like remove those knobs, and the 2 bus plus doesn't give us anything special.
Yeah.
I'd be convinced. So anyway,
Plus, they're already. I mean, the programmers of these plugins are starting to program for that imperfection of those components, those electronic components.
anyway,
So,
sorry to come in here hot and heavy with that, but
well, I asked.
it's
Oh,
on my
Yeah.
that's what's on my
I
brain.
regret it now, but I asked.
That's what's on my brain. Anyway,
So
summing,
I need you guys, anybody who's in the program obviously will see this, but like you guys also specifically, I need you guys to check out the lesson I did on aliasing and oversampling when you
Cool.
get a chance, as soon as you can. Like,
oh, I've gone head deep into that too without even watching.
yeah,
but-
I
Wow.
kind of
It's not out.
changed.
It's not out yet, Nick. It'll be out next week.
Yeah,
Wait.
some good stuff.
Anyway,
Back
Fun.
to this. Dane, I'll let you take over answering some questions for a minute.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
I'm gonna dive back in. We're working on this vocal, Dane, and we're actually using some mic modeling here to like thicken it up. We're using the profile of this mic.
U47.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
My mind, it keeps the score. In trouble, he locks the door. Leaving out on its own.
I'm gonna shut off those harmonies for now. We'll bring those in later.
My mind, it keeps the score. In trouble, he locks the door. Leaving out on its own. Like this.
Okay, this is where it started, Dane.
My mind, it keeps the score. In trouble, he locks the door. Leaving out on its own. Like this.
That's cool. Yeah, I definitely like softened it quite a bit. I'd be interested to see without Soothe what that's doing.
My mind, it keeps the score.
Okay, and that EQ.
In trouble, he locks the door. Leaving out on its own.
Yeah, it's helping. It's helping to. I think you described it earlier. It's helping to like, just like soften kind of whatever digital information is happening, right? In the
Yeah,
high
right.
specifically. That's cool.
Totally. I might scale this back, but check this out.
I know it all too well. Body's under your spell.
This is where it really kind of like, when the vocal is so exposed there, that's where you can really kind of tell in relation to the acoustic guitar and everything else.
I know, and I know my mind, it keeps the score. In trouble, he locks the door. Leaving out on its own. Like this show.
Just rebalance those harmonies a little bit.
She speaks a sorry lie, and he sees the weary side. Fall out from what is now.
Cool.
He's a sorry lie.
Let's do some volume automation on that violin.
Sorry lie, and he sees the weary side. And he sees the and he sees the weary side. Fall out
See what we're doing here, guys?
from what is now.
Just kind of pulling this violin in and out when the vocal is present.
Fall out
And again, right here.
Hold out, just hold out your fire. Hold out, just hold out your fire. Tonight, hide all, just hide your desire. Stay. Tonight, hide all, just hide your desire.
Bring that down a little bit more.
All, just hide your desire. Stand your ground. Hold your. Stand your ground. Hold your ground.
It makes sense for that violin to be up front, right? To be at that level because there's no vocal going and it's clearly the lead instrument, right?
Hold
Cool. Yeah, that vocal just like pops right forward now, right?
light. At least ease the weary sight.
You know, I actually like that vocal more than our other vocal, so the one that we did without the mic modeling. So I'm gonna go ahead and leave that. That's gonna be the one that we work with.
I know it all too well. Body's under your spell.
Hey, Jake. This was actually recorded with the slate, or are you just using the modeling?
Just using the model,
Interesting. Okay, cool.
like just using the tonal profile of the mic.
Yeah.
As a sculpting, tonal sculpting tool.
Cool. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, using it very non-traditionally here, guys. Like these models are meant to be paired with the Slate microphone, the ML1, where you record a signal and then you can just kind of flip through the different mic models to emulate their real, $10,000 counterparts, right? But I'm using it in a very different kind of fashion here. I just want to make that very clear to everybody. It's not like the intended use of these mic models, but why not? Why not? It works.
And I know, given the time, I follow, and I don't mind. Well, I know it all too well. Body.
I think I am still going to add some compression in parallel, however, just to thicken it up. Either that U73B or the Monster. I'm just going to try the Monster first because it might be easier. Just do it this way. Let's see. I'm just going to smash it. Just whack it.
Well, I know it all too well. Body's under your spell.
Kind of crap. Let's get that bust. Go back to that U73B because I really liked the way that it sounded.
Well, I know it all too well. My body is under your spell. And I know
That's the quality that I want. I just want that.
It's like
what I
thickening.
Yeah.
I know it all too well. My body is under your spell.
Yeah.
And I know, given the time, I follow, and I don't mind. Well, I know.
Now I'm summing both of these to a lead vocal channel. So I'm going to call that lead vocal. And then this is just a bus that contains both the lead vocal and the compression. So now I can affect that independently.
Well, I know it all too well. My body is under your spell.
Cool.
And I know, given the time, I follow, and I don't mind. Follow, I follow, and I don't mind. Given the time, I follow, and I don't mind. Given the time, I follow, and I don't mind.
Some gross frequency in there.
It all too well. My body is under your spell. And I know, given the time,
Just like there. Tiny little bump right there.
given the time, I follow, given the time, I follow, and I don't mind. My mind, it keeps the score. In trouble, he locks the door, leaving out on its own. Life best known. My mind, it keeps the score. In trouble, he locks the door, leaving out on its own. Life best known. My mind, it keeps the score. In trouble, he locks the door, leaving out on its own. Life best known.
Whole line. Just popping that up a decibel.
My mind, it keeps the score. Well, I know it all too well. Although I don't mind. My mind, it keeps the score. In trouble, he locks the door. Leaving out on its own. Life is shown.
Okay. Going to do a little bit of work with these harmonies.
My mind, it keeps the score. In trouble, it locks the door. Leaving out on its own. Life is shown.
I'm just grouping them together into their own bus so I can process them independently, at least in EQ land.
My mind, it keeps the score. In trouble, he locks the door.
Kind of rolling off the low end, like right at this mud point here.
My mind, it keeps the score.
Cool. And I'm just gonna smash these with some limiting.
Mind, it keeps the score. My mind, it keeps the score. In trouble, it locks the door. Leaving out on its own.
Let's see how that sounds in context. Just really smashing the heck out of these.
My mind, it keeps the score. In trouble, he locks the door. Leaving out on its own. Life is shown. And he sees the weary side. Fall out from what is now. And he sees the weary side. Fall out from what is now. Fall out.
Okay, cool. So sounds good there. I am gonna pull this stuff up about Desi Bessie there.
She speaks a sorry lie, and he sees the weary signs.
Let's add some like space to these.
And he sees the weary side. Fall out from what is now. An unsure ground. Hold out, just hold out your fires. And hide, just hide your desires. Stand your ground. Just hold your ground. Hold out, just hold out your fires. And hide, just hide your desires. Stay. Hold out, just hold out your fires. your desires. Hold out, just hold out your fire. Tonight, hide off, just hide your desires. Stand your ground. Hold your ground. My mind, it keeps the score. In trouble, he locks the door. Leaving out on its own. Life best shown. She speaks.
Let's bring this whistle up.
Shown. Life best shown. She speaks a sorry lie.
A bit more.
She speaks a sorry lie. At least sees the weary side. Fall out from what is now. Been unsure found. Hold out, just hold out your fire. Tonight, hide off, just hide your desires. Stand your ground. Hold your ground. Hold out, just hold out your fires. And hide all, just hide your desires. Stand your ground.
Cool. Let's just go ahead. And what is this? I'll do this like the easy way, I guess. Okay, just writing in some automation here. And then I'll go back and explain what I did. Bear with me.
Hold out, just hold out your fires. And hide all, just hide your desires. Hold out, just hold out your fires.
Bear with me here, guys. Almost there.
Just hold out your fires. And hide, all, just hide your desires. Stand your ground. Just hold your ground. Just hold out your fires. And hide, all, just hide your desires. Stand your ground. Just hold your ground. Just hold out your fires. And hide, all, just hide your desires. Stand your ground. Just hold out, just hold out your fires. Just hold out your fires. And hide, all, just hide your desires. Stand your ground. Just hold your ground.
Okay, I'm gonna do kind of like a weird kind of fix here.
Just hold out your fires. Just hold out your fires.
This is here. Bear with me, guys. Almost there. Hold on to your questions.
Just hold out your fires. Just hold out your fires. Hide, all, just hide your desires. Just hold out your fires. Hide, all, just hide your desires.
Just fixing this mid-range kind of gunk. What's going on here? Mid-range gunk.
Just hold out your fires. Hide, all, just hide your Just hold out your fires. Hide, all, just hide your desires. Just hold out your fires. Hide, all, just hide your desires.
Try that.
Just hold out your fires.
Better.
And hide, all, just hide your desires. Stand your ground. Just hold your ground.
Cool. All right, guys, I did a lot there. A lot of automation to kind of get these really, really, really exposed vocals sounding natural while also maintaining the buildup, like taming the buildup that was happening in the mid range. Right. So I did that by using a ton of EQ automation here. Right. And then just messing with levels also. Right. So like bringing levels up and down on these vocals in terms of volume, you know, all of these instruments, they disappear, right? Which makes way for the exposed vocals to kind of take the forefront and fill out the sound stage, right? So I'm using a gain plugin to increase the vocals about 3 decibels as soon as the instruments kind of drop out of the arrangement.
Just hold out your fires.
You know, we could probably pump this up a little more even.
Just hold out your fires.
Yeah, why not? You know, all the other instruments are gone. They never re-enter the arrangement. It's not going to sound weird. It's just, that's the focus, right? So I'm happy with that.
She speaks a sorry lie, and he sees the weary side.
All right. Why don't we do a quick Q&A sesh? Get away from those vocals a little bit, rest the ears. Any questions? Happy to answer any questions you guys got. Later, Rio. Yeah, what's for dinner? It's Wednesday. What do you think's for dinner?
Buffalo wings, Wings Wednesday,
That's right, baby.
Goodweiss house. We know it. Can't believe you're doing this all with COVID on your worst day. It's not lost on me. Most people can't even mix this long on their best day.
Yeah. Oh, it's great to be here. Love hanging out with you.
Yeah,
Okay.
and by the way, Jake didn't have to be here. We could have had Rob or somebody else come do this. He wanted to do this. He wanted to be here.
I love hanging out.
He really does love this. So do I. It's fun.
How to fix EQ only in some parts. Yeah, it's automation. You can YouTube like how automation works in your DAW. You guys are great. I did actually. Tony asked, I know you were adjusting the game, but did you also bring the lows back in at the end? Yes, I did. I scooched I used some automation to scooch over the high pass filter as well to allow the lows to come in. Where'd you get your training? Various mentors along the way, and then just like doing it. Couple studio guys. I was lucky enough to work in some studios like as an artist, actually. I was an artist first. And I was just so fascinated with the process. I have been fascinated with the production process since I was like 13. I was the demo guy, you know. At 13, I was the guy behind the board because I loved putting together songs, productions, and things like that. And then got signed to an independent record label out of Syracuse. And we were contracted for 2 albums plus 1 option, right? So I did 1 album with 1 team in 1 studio, and like just was very involved in the whole production process, recording process, and I had mentors there just kind of like explaining everything. They were great teachers. And then I did another album in another studio with 1 mentor specifically who just gave me access to everything and just taught me everything that he knew basically. And then just various other mentors throughout, not in in-person studios, but like through like streaming and like remotely and things like that. And then just doing it a lot, like doing it a lot, like focused practice on this stuff. So good question.
Yeah, I was the same way. When my band was touring, we got to go to a lot of really cool studios. And while everyone was out partying, I'm the guy sitting back watching the engineer, like, just work. I just loved that so much more.
Yeah, it's wild. It's just fascinating, wild, fascinating process. It's awesome. It's awesome. What else, guys? Any other? You were playing with gain automation to separate lead vocal and violin. Why not use track spacer or other sidechain solution? Yeah. Track spacer may have worked. I don't know. I just think it's easier and more natural sounding if you just kind of like do it in the spots that need it. Because I didn't need it all throughout. I don't need track spacer clamping down, or I don't need sidechain compression clamping down on the violin at every single point. I just needed to kind of like adjust some things manually, you know. And you don't get the compression artifacts and things like that too when you're just raising volume levels. Just natural, more natural for this style.
What's the most recent thing you learned that you think is awesome?
What's the most recent thing I learned that I think is awesome?
I don't know if it's awesome, but we went down a limiter rabbit hole the other day. Realized some stuff about limiters that we had never verbalized before.
Yeah. Yeah, I learned a lot more about like aliasing and oversampling that I thought was really cool.
Standing desk is good.
How much of a learning curve did you face when you were first starting? Did it come naturally as you went, or did you struggle? Yeah, absolutely struggled for years.
I'm not a savant in any form of the word, man. It was always a struggle to learn everything. I just love it a lot.
You just become obsessed with it, and then at some point you just get really, really focused. I like crossed some kind of threshold where I got really, really focused. And then just like got like way obsessed. I noticed you changed EQ on an instrument track. Wouldn't that change the EQ on the instrument bus? EQ? No. Independent. The EQs on individual tracks that are within that bus, routed to that bus, don't have any effect on the bus processing. Jake, why don't you use an EQ like Fab Filter? I don't know. This one's just super easy. And it gets the job done and very low CPU.
Yeah, he does sometimes.
Oh.
We talk a lot about imposter syndrome in our program, actually. We confront a lot of mental stuff. It's not just learning techniques, it's getting the mind right. And that's really important part of all of this. So imposter syndrome is really real. We have all these voices. We're many voices in our brain. We're not just one voice, and we have battles in there.
How do you deal with customer requests that you absolutely hate? That's a great question. That's a great question. Yeah. So if I get some kind of request that I wouldn't say hate, like hate's not the word for it, right? If I get a request that seems unreasonable, it I think of it in a couple ways. Like way number one is like how could I have prevented this inside of my process? Like it usually means I wasn't clear about me personally, I wasn't clear about something. Or I didn't guide the artist properly in the process. Right. So I reflect back and change some things in my business if I get like a weird request or something like that. But I think hate's probably a strong word because I don't really get requests that I hate, you know. Um and usually weird or unreasonable requests just require some educating. They just require like an explanation or more clarity from me, like on my part.
Yeah, we talk a lot about that. Also in the program, how to communicate with clients, how to set expectations and have really great constructive communication so that you don't really have to deal with major issues like that very often.
You ever had to step back from a project due to a client being difficult? Um, I haven't. I almost, uh, I almost did once, but not because of a client being difficult. It was just like other things were happening. I've never like called it quits on a project. Like if I was working with like especially like early on in your career, you're taking like, you kind of get into this weird mindset. If you get into this weird mindset that like you just want to take what you can get, which is wrong, right? Like that's not the right mindset to have, and we teach against that. And I wish I had somebody, over my shoulder telling me that when I first started out, right? But what can happen is if you're working, with somebody who's going to pay you $50 for a mix or something like that, which is obscenely low. Um, there's kind of like there's a weird thing that can happen there. There's a weird expectation from that client that thinks mixing is going to save their bad recordings or their bad songs or their bad performances or something like that. Right? When the actuality, like the reality is just better songs need to be written, better performers need to be brought in, and recording technique needs to be better. Right? It's just like a lot of technical things that mixing can't fix or mastering can't fix. Right. So again, it's just kind of like an educational piece. When I had just to get back to the question, when I had clients that would be quote unquote difficult to work with, I would finish the job and then just not work with them again. And
So-
then never, and then I understood the next time what the red flags were. Right. And it taught me some things about my business that I needed to adjust, and I needed to course correct on.
I think sometimes we feel like we got to take any work we can or any money that comes in. There's a threshold. At some point, you're much better off not taking the work and spending the time getting better or spending the time marketing yourself. It does you no good to try to make magic out of crap and then deal with their expectations being totally off. Good clients will pay you what you're worth and they'll be the most happy clients. Just get better and market yourself in a way to attract those people and don't take the other people. It's just not worth it. And it's a mindset shift that happened for me. And it changed everything. Yeah, exactly, Craig. We'll take the time to get better at that instead of taking crappy clients. Stephen, the answer is with tact.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just not taking any new projects right now. That's kind of like my go-to.
Michael bringing the nails in a cake metaphor back around.
There we go. No, I don't use a DI box. I just go direct into the interface. Go to studio drink, decaf coffee. Yeah, fixing recording issues is editing, and that's an extra job. That's a different job. It's an extra charge or a different job altogether. That's not mixing. You charge for that. If a song needs editing to be able to bridge the gap, like, and make the transformation, that's like a whole different thing. Yeah, I do 50% deposit to get what I call it is 50% will get your project in the calendar.
Sean, you can go to calebloveless.com and you can check that out and see some of the work I've worked on if you'd like to.
Steven, I offer all services, but in a very niche kind of market. I only work with heavy music. I only work with like metal and rock stuff.
Yeah, you use less plugins, especially at the beginning. Get good at what you have, get good at what's free and cheap, and then only buy a few more that you realize you really need, and have learning those free and cheap ones inform that process. And then you won't have so many plugins. I probably use like the same 20 or 30 plugins.
I did know that Kill 'Em All was recorded in Rochester.
Most difficult part of doing a mix. Vocals are the hardest part in my opinion, but also just on a bigger level, just staying focused and following the process, not cutting corners. You know, at some point you start to think you're pretty good and you start maybe, you know, like working too fast. And sometimes you just got to follow the process that has made you successful. I work in hip hop and pop mostly, Julio. A bit of folk as well.
I used to include pop and EDM. I really used to do everything. You know, it was just like all across the board. Like Warren was saying, right? It was like across the board, you know, if you need mixing and mastering or production or anything like that, like I can help with it. Right. But now I'm just like, I've done that for, you know, for years. And I'm just kind of like, now I'm always kind of like making new decisions and kind of like shifting things around in the business based on what's working for me, just like personally, right? What I love to do, what I'm passionate about. And I've just, all of my favorite tracks to work on have just happened to be like really hard hitting, high energy, aggressive tracks. I'm just into it. Like it makes me happy personally. So like, why wouldn't I do that in my business and create some alignment there, you know? So I realize that that's not, you know, that kind of thing is never necessarily going to get me a Grammy or anything like that, but it's quality of life kind of thing. You know what I mean? I just love it. I'm passionate about it. So when you're in alignment, that's all that matters. But anyway. I think we got to jump back in here, guys. I want to be able to answer everybody's questions, but we're got a lot to cover still. So let's jump back in. That's okay. We could do another Q&A before we wrap up if that's cool.
Yep. Is it spatial time?
I think so. I think I'll jump into some spatial processing here. The the original idea was like some slap vocal or a slap delay on that vocal. So let's just kind of get routed. And then we'll start adding some stuff. So we've got 24, 25, 26, and 27. Just gonna go ahead and get all these routed. There's my vocal short reverb. There's my vocal long reverb. Here's my vocal short delay. Here's my vocal long delay. Meow, meow, meow. And I'm going to go ahead and start with like that slap delay.
I know it all too well. Body's under your spell. And I know, given the time, I follow, and I don't mind. Trouble, he locks the door, leaving out on its own.
Reverb too.
I know it all too well. And body's under your spell. And I know, given the time, I follow, and I don't mind. My mind, it keeps the score. In trouble, it locks the door, leaving out on its own. Lifeless shown.
Like a short delay on those harmonies. Short reverb.
My mind, it keeps the score. In trouble, it locks the door, leaving out on its own. Lifeless shown. Trouble, it locks the door. Trouble, it locks the door. Trouble, it locks the door, leaving out on its own. Trouble, it locks the door, leaving out on its own. Trouble.
Let's get that a little tastier.
Trouble, it locks the door, leaving out on its own. Trouble, it locks the door, leaving out on its own.
So I'm going to grab some preamp distortion and I'm going to drive like the signal into it.
Trouble,
Get some break up there. Then pull it down on the other side.
trouble, it locks the door.
And then I'm going to roll back the mix knob on the saturation.
Trouble, it locks the door.
Hear the difference there?
Trouble, trouble,
Kind of exciting.
trouble. He locks the door, leaving out on its own. Trouble. He locks the door, leaving out on its own. Life plays shown. She speaks a sorry lie, and he sees the weary side. From what is now an unsure ground. Hold out, just hold out your fight. Hide off, just hide your desires. Stand your ground. Hold your ground.
Turn up that snare. That section a little bit more exciting. Cool. Let's just listen. Let's listen now. I think we're pretty close to getting this wrapped up for today. Let's do listen through. See where we're at.
I know he'd all do well. Body's under your spell. And I know
It's right off the bat. I'm not crazy about the wet effects we got going on there. Like a little bit more of a dry sound would be better.
I know he'd all do well. Body's under your spell. And I know, given the time, I follow, and I don't mind. Well, I know he'd all do well. Body's under your spell. And I know,
Better.
given the time,
Just
follow.
I pulled too much of the
I don't mind.
low end out of it, made it sound thin again. Try again.
Well, I know he'd all do well.
Way better.
Body's under your spell. And I know, given the time, I follow. I don't mind. My mind, it keeps the score. In trouble, he locks the door, leaving out on its own. Life is shown. She speaks a sorry lie, and he sees the weary sighs fall out from what is now an unsure thought. Hold out, just hold out your fires. Tonight, hide all, just hide your desires. Stand your ground. Just hold your ground. Just hold out your fires. And hide all, just hide your desires. Stand your ground. Just hold your ground.
Feel pretty good about that. I think we've got everything to call that a day. Let's just take a look at the analyzer, make sure there's nothing that we're not hearing that I might be missing.
Your desires. Stand your ground. Just hold your ground.
Little bit of that happening here and there, not a big deal.
Those are just resonances of vocals. Not that big.
Hold out, just hold out your fires. Tonight, hide all, just hide your desires. Stand your ground.
Cool. Sweet. Yeah, I mean, just seeing the 1K build up on that. I mean, I would probably do like a little bit of taming there just to kind of like get it a little bit closer, but you know,
Soothe on the backup vocals at 1K. And you're there.
something. Yeah, just we'd have to do some hunting and pecking for what, what's causing it. It sounds like the lead to me. I'm not going down that rabbit hole right now though.
Oh, if you were really finishing this for sure, you'd probably take a good long break here, come back tomorrow with ultra fresh ears, and then really listen through a few times, listen with references, and do some fine tuning on everything. That would be the next move.
Yeah, sure. You want to do like a quick reference check?
Sure.
light, and he sees. So break my step and relent what is now been unsure from. Oh, and him with less. Now in some way, 'cause I will wait for you. Oh, light, and he sees the weary side. I will wait for you. Now. Been unsure from.
Cool. Yeah, I'm happy with that. I mean, main differences here is that I have more low end. Mix has more low end. You know, it's not quite as thin. It's beefier. It's definitely like warmer, fuller, kind of beefier, kind of a mix, right? Compared to that track from Mumford and Sons, but in the same ballpark.
Yeah, they're different instruments, so we're not really looking at. I mean, they're a lot of the same, but there are more instruments going on. It's a busier mix. They pan stuff out wider. This is a little bit more stripped back, so we're not really listening for that. We're just listening for overall frequency balance. Is everything kind of in the right ballpark? Are the instruments themselves kind of at the right ballpark? And we're pretty close to that. Obviously, we could tweak a little bit more, but it's pretty close. Good job, Jake.
So cool.
Should we master it?
Yeah, why not?
Send it over to me. I'll do it.
Cool. We'll go ahead and do that now. Cool. Helpful, guys. Aha moments, light bulbs. What was your biggest aha moment? Biggest aha moment. Soothe. Automation. Seeing a lot of automation stuff, you know, gain automation rather than volume, freeing the fader, you know, gain staging stuff. Yep. Yeah. Somebody asked where I'm peaking at on the mix bus. -5, -4, -5. And I haven't been paying attention to that at all. And the reason why I was able to do that is because of gain staging, right? Because we normalized all those tracks to give us sufficient headroom. Okay, bouncing this out now. Yeah, cool. Structured approach, the entire process, awesome. Decisions behind compression moves. Yep. Yep, we do this every month. Something about how you talked about saturation yesterday really helped it click. That's awesome, Shelby. It's great.
You'll get there, DSS. Find a way. Thanks, Vasco. We have fun.
What about like, I just don't want you guys to miss this. What about like A-Bing things? You know, we talked about that yesterday. We did it yesterday. We did it today. You know, I processed the vocals with a very kind of specific processing chain, and then I processed them different with a different processing chain, and then just like flipped back and forth. Said, hey, these are my two options. Like, which one do I like better? Or how about when we used compression on that vocal? Or what was it yesterday? We used saturation on the violin versus the mic modeling, and we switched back and forth, and we ended up going with the mic modeling.
Yep.
Right. That's all it is. That's all any of this stuff is. It's just playing with things and then testing them against each other. That's an oversimplified. I know it's oversimplified to say that, but
There's always that chance you start like rabbit holing though when you do that. So it's also about, making pretty decisive choices, even if you're going to test a couple things. Do them, test them, move on.
move on. Yes, exactly. That was the main point from earlier about like having access to all the mic models, and like I'm not going to go through every single mic model. I'm going to go through maybe a couple, and then just keep the momentum going. You know what I mean? Like if you spend like it's called A/B testing, not A through Z testing, right? Otherwise, you'll never finish a mix, right? Wild.
I've never heard you'd say that before.
I'm sending this to you in our Slack channel, Caleb.
No, Nicholas, make a new session for each part of the process. So don't mix in your production session. Don't master in your mixing session. Makes it too easy to start rabbit holing. We say that word a lot, but
Is this a SonarWorks? No, actually, this is the Behringer reference mic. But I use it, for room stuff, room tuning and measurement. Yeah, the 8000. Yeah. It's flat. I mean, it's just a flat, transparent, flat mic. Yeah, it's like $30 or something. Yeah. I got that a long time ago. Long time ago when I was first using like Room EQ Wizard. Yeah, SonarWorks mic is awesome. Same. Same thing. It's just a flat mic.
all right. Got it all loaded in.
You got it? Oh, you need the reference here too? I'll send that to you. Sending now. Should take 2 seconds. How's that waveform look?
Good.
Yeah, let me see. Let me see that way. Yeah, not too bad. Few stray dogs there, but too bad. No, I never use this thing to record. I don't, I don't really record in house anymore. I do a lot of post-production stuff now.
All right. Y'all see my screen? One's in chat. Y'all hear this? Cool.
Yep.
Waveform a little bigger. Looks pretty good, Jake.
Nice.
Nothing too crazy.
Yeah, it's great.
Okay. I usually I'll probably usually listen to the whole thing through and clean up any. I know there's actually a couple clicks and pops in here that we could fix in the mix, but if I had them in the master, I could clean them up there. We go to a thick part of the song because that's going to be where I'm going to reference from, and we'll take it from there. Start with just a little bit of overall saturation.
They're coming out in mono.
Might be. Not on my end.
Play it for a few seconds.
Hold on. I may have not clicked a button correctly.
Yeah. All good.
I did. I'm an idiot. Thanks. This should be better.
That's it.
Okay, just throwing some warm tape saturation from FabFilter on there. I really like kind of like the regular default there. Next thing I'm going to do is roll off everything below about 30 hertz. Might even go a little more than that on this one, just because you really don't need much down there, especially on this style of song. And I'm gonna run it through some analog circuitry while I do, instead of just using like a fab filter, because I just want to get as much analog kind of vibe. through
I
the
love
fix.
watching you master because our tools are like so completely different. My chain is like our go-to tools are just like wildly different from each other's.
Different one.
It's cool.
I actually think we could boost the low end just a hair.
Bring it over that 1K build up.
What am I doing? I hate one thing I hate about UAD is when you install it, it installs everything, even if it's just a demo that you have. So then you're only using maybe 10 or 15 of their plugins, but it shows all of them and you have to manually go uncheck them. And every time I update my DAW, it returns all of them to the thing again. It's so annoying.
Dude, you gotta get your top list going.
I know.
Hold out your fires. Tonight, all just hide your desires. Stand your ground. Hold out your fires.
So what if we tried what you were going to do to those backup vocals here? I really try not to use this if I can, because it's can really ruin the life of stuff. But let's see what happens if we do it here. The drink emojis.
Yeah, Adam got one. Basco got one.
Hold out your fires. Tonight, all just hide your desires. Stand your ground. Hold out your fires.
Doesn't bother me.
It's
Do we-
not bad. Can we A/B that against just the sides?
Yeah. You want just the mid or just the side?
Wherever the buildup is.
It's like right in the middle.
Yeah, just the mid then.
Hold out your fires.
Really go on this to turn it to mid only.
The balance knob right to the right of that. Yeah.
So this is side only and this is mid only. Got it.
Hold out your fires. Tonight, all just hide your desires.
I could deal with that move. Cool.
Hold out your fires.
Okay.
Nice. That's
Hmm.
great. Subtle, but it's great.
I'm going to really try to be careful here and add some life and energy to everything. But I don't want to make it harsh again. Let's see if we can do that.
Yeah, I think all the panning was baked into the production.
It was.
Hold out your fires. Tonight, all just hide your desires. Stand your ground. Hold out your fires.
Uh-oh.
Tonight, all just hide your desires. Stand your ground. Hold out your fires. Tonight, all just hide your desires.
Too much? I think it's okay.
I don't know. Check the reference, but I think it's all right.
I noticed the reference had a little bit more life in those frequencies, so finding a little bit there.
Yeah, it definitely did.
Also gonna add a little bit more life, but do it through a maximizer. Through the tone shaping of this maximizer, which I really like to do. Just love what that does.
Can you turn down the stereo out a little bit?
Sorry.
Oh, good. Yeah, can you explain that? What does that do? What I don't understand the shape knob on that thing.
I have no idea what it's doing technically. I have no idea.
It's some magic. They should just label it magic.
Just know that those kind of presence frequencies, when I was messing with this one, Dave, whatever it's doing, whether it's saturation or tilting, they call it shape. So maybe it's like a EQ thing. I'm sure I
EQ
could read
tilt,
about it.
maybe. Yeah.
All I know is that it's like it takes those life frequencies and will just give it life. Sometimes sometimes you don't need that, and sometimes it doesn't work, and sometimes it's too much. And I'm right on the edge of too much right now, but I'd rather walk that line and come back a little bit.
Cool.
Another plugin to give it some life.
Yeah, just adding some harmonics, maybe. Yeah, Mike.
Yeah, actually, I want some more harmonics. So if this was like an EDM track, I might not even compress it because you already have it pretty well controlled. But let's do a little bit of light compression on this. Maybe a dB or 2 is all, and then run it through this amazing piece of gear.
Wait, UAD has an Oxford inflator?
It does. We're in stereo? Okay. Watch this little fun deal we're gonna do here. Love this plugin. This is for one that Bob Katz made. I've showed this before. So what this does somehow is like instead of using like traditional widening, it enhances ambience. And you can really overuse this, but I like one notch on this, and listen to what it does. Little smoked paprika for you.
Yeah, it's almost like a stereo imager,
Except it's going to cause phasing.
but it's also like it's also going along the Z axis a little bit here too.
Yeah. Well, it has depth and width.
Yeah, wild.
You can add deep ambience or width ambience without it phasing. Or
Can you just crank that?
crank
real
it
quick?
more in?
Yeah. wild. That's so wild. It's almost like it's just pulling up the reverb. Like it's actually pulling up the spatial processing. It's so weird. That is so weird.
So it's like a transient shaping something. I don't know. It's
It
one of
must-
those, I don't really know the full. I don't know if anyone knows except for Bob.
It must take the transients and like flip the phase on them completely as a detection agent.
Mhm.
And then from there, I don't even know. That's got to be some kind of mid-side something,
Well,
after-
those.
you know.
Let's see if we want one notch or two. Let's
Okay.
vote. Like two.
I can't
You'd hear it in headphones.
even tell. Yeah,
Headphones. And one thing the Mumford track had was a little bit more width, I think. Which is fun. All right. Last limiter. Bring it up to industry standard volume. And we'll see how close we are. These are just my gut, and I will go back and check.
turn down the master for us a little bit more if you could, please. Thank you.
Should compare it.
Yeah, can you pull down the master a little bit more? Sorry.
Still cooking.
Yeah.
Still cooking, you guys. Apologies. Should we play them both at the same time?
Ours is better.
I like ours better.
Ours is better.
Actually really helped that move at the 2 to 4K thing, really got that energy that the Mumford track had, gave it that back, a little bit of low end, and then that Bobcats plug in. I mean, we're right there. It's very cool.
I mean, ours,
Ah, they have more highs in their guitar. We're close, man. We were gonna do another, and we'll actually take this now to the actual client, Baden, and we'll be like, hey, where are we at? What do you guys feeling good about this? Any tweaks? And then we'll remaster
Cool.
it
oh, that's awesome.
as we
Nice.
need to. You guys want to hear it with everything on and off?
Yeah, please. If we could do a quick AV.
with this.
Yeah, that's what I like to do.
Hold out, just hold out your fires. Tonight, hide all, just hide your desire. Stand your ground.
Yeah, that life, that really made it for me.
Yeah,
Just that 2 to 4K bump, 3 dB there, just changed the whole deal.
yeah, yeah. Just a lot of excitement happening there.
Be something like that. Y'all think? You guys like it?
Yep.
Is that interesting? Fun? I love mastering.
That's-
It's so fun. I originally learned mastering because I did a lot of sync work and I just wanted to be really competitive in the sync marketplace. Being a one-stop shop is really important. And then just having that 5 or 10% advantage of making your stuff great. But then I fell in love with mastering. I've been doing it ever since. I still do sync stuff, but I love mix and mastering.
Cool.
Sweet.
Lovely. Well, I think that's a wrap, guys. On
Fix
our
the Mix
3-day, on our December 3-day Fix the Mix challenge.
When we see you all again, it will be 2024. Unless you sign up for the program, then we'll see you tomorrow. But for the rest of you, we'll see you next month in 2024. We'll do it again as always. We're actually going to come up with some more cool events like this for other things, so watch out for those. It's been a lot of fun. Thank you all for being great in the chat, to each other, to us, for hanging in with us. You are the most gluttonous of all. You're the most hedonistic. You're the ones with the least lives. And I love that. All right. Let us know if you have any questions. We'll see some of you in the program. For the rest of you, we'll see you next month. Thanks, Jake, for battling through with COVID, man. What a cool thing you did for us. Really great tips and takeaways. I even learned some cool stuff. So
My
amazing.
pleasure.
Thanks, man. And
Love
thanks
it.
to all of you. Have a great evening. Have a great holidays.